Going on? Outdoors. Can you hear me on your side? Let me know if you can hear me. I think I'm coming in live. Roma girl. Hello. Hello there. Hope you're doing well. Yes, I am. Get this YouTube pop out for you, German. All right. Thanks for the audio check on the YouTube side. Much appreciate. Remember, on the YouTube side, any questions I will allow to derail the panel or the questions or the conversation had. I think I'll make an exception for that'll be the general rule. If it's a good one, well, if I'm ever given advice, then we'll have to play it by ear. Yes, I can say the N-word. Hope that doesn't offend you. I'm well. Let's see. Told my husband about your live. Thanks for having me on to share about nuclear families. Yeah, I'm glad to have you up to have your opinion. It's good to see you're in the process of making the next generation of Americans. It's an honorable role as a wife. Chris, Ad says he low key got the pass. That's right, nigga. I got the damn pass. 7 weeks tomorrow? Hey, congratulations on your upcoming child. Congratulations. Violet, thanks for the heart. Much appreciated. Thanks for your continued support. You know, I always brag that women such as yourself are some of my biggest contributors. You and on Jen, so I appreciate it. You, Violet, or you on Jen, Chaotic. Who else is a female contributor that I? Fairy's wife, Fury, which is Fairy's wife. There's a couple more that don't come to mind at the moment. The TikTok box ain't working. All right, let me fix that, German. You're right, it isn't working. That's interesting. The TikTok box is not working. Oh, I think it's because I didn't pop it out. Huh. Why am I anti-feminist? Because I think feminism at this point is driving down the birth rate. And I think it has negative outcomes for dating compared to the alternative. Cal, what's up, man? Let's see if you can hear me. Oh, you're loading up. Thanks for sharing the live. Saint, thanks for sharing the live. Is the birth rate the end all be all, Gilgamesh? Yeah, if you guys could you tap the likes so we can get it to 5K? That's usually when I notice people start coming in as at around 5K. I'd appreciate it. Natasha, thanks for the follow. Thanks for the call to action, pilot. Thanks for supporting the troops. So is the birth rate the end all be all? I think it's a really good indicator of a healthy society. One that where the birth rate is declining, it should give you pause. If one of the most fundamental instincts of a human, which is procreation, you would want to make sure that's accounted for and sustainable. Otherwise, you have some potential structural issues in the society.
Can you hear me, bro?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro. What's going on?
I don't know what just happened. The screen went black.
Enlightened Mahogany, thanks for the follow. Well, yeah, it took you a while to come in, but you're in now.
All right, cool.
German, how am I doing on the YouTube side? I think it's back. Oh, it's not. It's not working. Well, that's because I have the YouTube. Duh. Fix that. All right, Herman. There we go. It's fixed. Let's see here. Ugandans? What about the Ugandans, Gilgamesh? What you talking about? Hot Mike. What did I say? What did I say that was so disparaging? It's good to see dating relationship advice that's not twisted with feminist ideology. Yeah. Hell, that's why I really started it, because I realized it was a needed thing. Men who do tend to give advice in this aspect, they might functionally be against feminism, but I take a stance outright. It has an added benefit of attracting people who are curious or open to it, and propelling people who I shouldn't be giving advice to anyways. But believe it or not, I have given some feminists some advice. But, you know, if you're open to it, it's good. I was talking about the background noise. Oh, you know what? You're right. My bad. I got this damn fan in the background. Much apologies. Brinks, appreciate that. When you use birth rate as a standard, why wouldn't you model a place like Uganda? Well, what do you think is so interesting about Uganda as to which we should model? I'm curious to know what you think Ugandans are doing better than us. I'm sure there's something, but what in particular? Are you against feminism? Well, a new account. Perhaps you're new here with your account. What do you think? What does your intuition tell you? What is the prompt? Does the prompt lead you to believe? Oh, you're a demon, huh? You need to be exercised, perhaps.
Yo, host.
Yo.
I had a debate with one of the people you booted off, and
Oh, was it the black dude?
I think yeah, light skinned
passive
guy.
aggressive ass.
Yeah, so because he was posturing when he was on the live with you. He was just trying to get an I gotcha moment. There was no indication of him actually hearing your claim, or even if you said something that needed to be reworded or whatever the case may be. You know, he didn't give that space to. But once I had him on live, the young lady that was up there, she basically moderated it, and I kept getting met with the same type of arguments. Like he basically said anyone who said some of the narratives that I espoused, they're not real feminists. And then we got bogged down with what a real feminist is and how some of these narratives, despite whatever category you want to put the people in, um, who are saying these things are, basically causing issues, or speaking in a way that are extremes, and no one's, holding them accountable. It was like I
Hmm.
couldn't everything I tried to peg him on, he had something to basically move the goalpost, saying, "Hey, those aren't real feminists. Those are like radical people. There's radical people in every group." It was just a weird conversation, and I don't know. I'm starting to like, on the intellectual side, if I really try to have this conversation with someone to get them to back up what it is that their group is saying, or to at least explain what it is that they mean that's not absolute and has some nuance, they kind of failed to do it. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, I think it is weird, but even though they're not going, even though he's getting squarely on his position because it looks bad, he knows it looks bad. Ultimately, it's a benefit for society at large. If feminism is such a problem that it needs to be quarantined and really ridiculed or put under a microscope, he's actually doing a service to us. If you and I share the same goal, which is literally to
He
get
couldn't
this shit up out of here, this damn feminism stuff.
he couldn't even stand on. So we got to the conversation where I was basically saying, hey, hypergamy is a thing when dating, and the extreme situation will look like, majority of women going after the top 20% of men. But what it really is that on a fundamental level, you'll have a woman, and in her proximity there may be 10 guys, and they all have the same type of personality, but one is like 6'4". Should probably go for that guy when all things are accounted for, generally speaking. And he couldn't wrap his head around it. He was like, "Well, that's just dating, and men do it too." And I was like, "Look, the do it too thing is not the point. The point is that women have certain dating habits, and men have certain dating habits. Can we at least establish that as a truth?"
So he's not. He didn't give
And
any ground.
no, bro, it was weird. It was like, can we establish something as a truth that would give any type of credence to how men and women date, how men and women view value in regards to dating? And he just had he had a lot to say that would move the goalposts somewhere else. And I was like, all right, well, this
Squirrely.
conversation has become kind of meaningless. What is your stance? So I could pick that apart. I've already given you mine.
Yeah, so just not really skilled at debating, or probably just a bit not as good faith as some.
I think I was just giving him claims that were hard to argue against. Because
Hmm.
if you had to argue against the fact that women are hypergamous, it leaves you in a vulnerable state, or a vulnerable. It leaves you vulnerable in the conversation because you have to acknowledge that, and then give evidence to why that isn't the case. And that wasn't even my overarching point. My overarching point went somewhere else after that was established, but we couldn't really get anywhere. He just ended up agreeing with me, but begrudgingly, and saying that these are like extremes. I'm like, not really. I just gave you a few examples where the 20% thing is not exactly what it is I'm pointing at. It's just that in a general sense, women tend to pick in a very specific way.
Hmm. Captain Graphene, you're doing the Lord's work, Mr. James. Appreciate it. God bless. Not one step back. Dolphin, thanks for sharing the live. Matt Daddy, thanks for the rose. What brings you up, Matt? Are
Are
you
you
over 18?
asking? Yeah, I'm 44. Are you asking for dating advice or giving dating advice?
I'm giving dating advice.
Oh, I don't need no dating advice.
Well, would you consider yourself for or against feminism?
Against, strongly against.
What would be the advice you would give generally for men and then for women
Well,
with that perspective?
I believe that outside influence can ruin a marriage, especially with women. I think that the man should be the leader of his household, and if I believe a man should provide and protect, and a woman should, and this might sound horrible, but it's the truth. A woman should keep her mouth shut when it comes to worldly things. That's how I 100% believe.
Okay. So, sounds kind of like submitting in some aspect.
What's up?
What's up, Pokemon? 1 second here.
Yeah.
Welcome back. 1 second. So, Mad Daddy, it sounds like submission on the woman's end, but sacrifice and serving in his own way on the male's end. Leadership.
Well, it sounds like a religious torture for a woman, but it's not. Like, I'm not, you're supposed to love your wife as though Christ loved the church, but you also don't want a wife that's out gossiping about you with her friend. You don't want a narcissistic piece of crap for a wife,
Mm-hmm.
That's strongly opinionated, that don't know when to keep her mouth shut. I have a friend, his wife wants to bring up politics, and at every Thanksgiving, Christmas dinner, she wants to bring up politics and argue while he sits in the corner as a beta male and not tell his wife, hey, shut up.
Yeah, having a bone to pick and being contrary. That sounds a bit peculiar for women who tend to like to be communal and a bit more agreeable. Riak, thanks for the tasty donut treat. Yeah, I think that is a bit peculiar.
Yep.
Do you have a wife at Matt? Let's see, who's Matt? Who Matt? What was Matt's stance? Who's at Matt? At Matt. Armenian princess. Who's at Matt? Who's Matt? Oh, Matt. Duh, he's on the freaking live.
So
Matt, are you married? Someone in the chat asks.
No, I had a wife and she was a piece of, I got a girlfriend and I was totally upfront and honest with my girlfriend. I'm not going to live with a woman that talks crap about me behind my back, that acts like she's miserable in life every day, that voices her political and religious beliefs everywhere we go. I'm not putting up with that crap.
Yeah, because it tends to lead to arguments and disagreements, and argumentative women are generally not desirable. I mean, there's a reason why they're in the Bible as being someone to avoid. Let's see. They shouldn't be married then. Who shouldn't be married? White Lisa? Don't marry someone you hate.
Hey, she's very happy when she don't have to go put gas in her truck. When I say, hey, she's the weaker sex, I'm going to go take her truck up to the gas station and put gas in it for her. She's very happy about that.
Yes, some women are appreciative and they don't always have to henpeck their man and masculinity by 1,000 cuts, by 1,000 what about this and what about that. Constant, continual dropping of the man's psyche, constantly begging to differ. These type of women were taught, well, women like this, I always find that interesting how women think being disagreeable and sassy as some type of term of endearment, but in reality, men put up with you because they probably just want to sleep with you. So you've internalized that as somehow this is how you're supposed to be. But being disagreeable, imagine coming home from work, having to argue with your boss, not getting along with them, to not get along with your wife. Sounds like hell on earth.
That's pretty bad.
As we know, getting gas is a very difficult activity. Well, it's funny you mentioned that cool story, because women, I mean, I wouldn't particularly want my wife getting gas without me. I'm gonna have to get it for her. Yeah, I'm ready, chop. And yeah, I would feel horrible. I would feel a little bit responsible if my wife is getting gas and then all of a sudden some homeless dude walks up to her, starts pestering. So yeah, women need protection. Do a lash tint, that's okay. Women need more protection in this society than people would think. Because I always explain, when it comes to our society, safety, especially with immigration becoming more of a thing and illegal immigration at that, as well as the homeless population rising, you're not as safe as you think. I mean, I've heard feminist or liberal talking heads complain about their cities becoming less and less safe. Women are generally not as safe as they used to be, at least in the more recent future. So it really just takes a dark corner or an unsurveilled place of the grocery store parking lot for things to go really, really bad for a woman. And she's not going to be able to do her feminist roar to get out of the potential victimization.
What I noticed too, like if me and you were coworkers, right, and you come up and start telling me about you and your wife are having a terrible time, what am I going to do? Walk away? I don't want to hear it. I'm not going to give you any advice because I'm smart enough to know later on down the road we might not be friends no more. But women will influence other women because they're miserable in their life. They will influence other women to get a divorce, and these women could be perfectly happy, but they let outside influence come in their marriage.
Yeah.
The problem is the women are.
Go ahead, Pokemon. Pokemon, you're up. Pokemon, your reception's going.
The problem is the.
Dang.
Can you hear me?
Your audio's going in and out.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay, the problem is that feminists, for example, they're always asking for,
Pokemon, your audio's going in and out, good sir.
Rights, but they're not advocating their movement. They're advocating. I hate TikTok.
Pokemon, I'm gonna let you back down. Come back up in a little bit because your audio's going. It's cutting in and out. There isn't a sentence that I can digest here. Outdoor. If you got any questions, let me know. So, whoever is eating snacks with a
Now can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
As I was saying, I believe that the problem with feminists is that feminists are advocating for something that they don't actually know how to actually take. When it comes to rights and having freedom, people don't actually know how to advocate for their freedom because people don't know how to use their freedom nowadays. For example, the modern day woman or the modern day men are actually locking themselves into a fate of trying to get into relationships that are all about lonely people who are trying to cope emotionally with life, trying to get into something to feel happy. They are not happy with themselves. A lot of people are trying to get this, for example, these high income relationships, these high income jobs to feel happy with their life, to feel successful, and they're not getting anything. When it comes to the job market, when it comes to relationships, when it comes to standards of life, people are trying to seek freedom and they're trying to seek equality, they're trying to seek rights, they're trying to seek anything, but they don't know how to use their freedom. And freedom is chaotic. When it comes to freedom, freedom produces chaos because freedom actually produces a lot of amount, emotional broken people, produces a lot of irregulated people.
By process of their decisions or the decisions for their life and the long-term consequence, short-term
this is because society doesn't actually tell people how to have a decision-making abilities. When there's a lack of decision-making abilities, based on lack of critical thinking, there is a lot of problems. There's always a lot of disasters, more than solutions.
Yeah, and Logan, thanks for sharing the live. Jonathan Snicker, thanks for sharing the live.
And they're actually more miserable and happy these days because the modern day woman is always trying to have high standards for people. When it comes to the modern day woman, having high standards makes them believe that they're going to be more successful in life. Society is tricking them into believing that having a successful career or having a high status relationship or having money is going to make them happy.
I agree with Pokemon on this.
Yeah, well, Pokemon, real quick. Jonathan Snicker, thanks for coming up. How are you, over 18, sir?
Oh, yes, sir, I am.
All right, thanks for that. Hamilton A. Are you over 18?
Yes, I'm over 18.
Are either one of you guys feminists?
No, hell no.
What was the question?
Are either one of y'all feminists?
W.
Oh, no.
Okay.
W.
Teddy.
What's up?
Teddy, thanks for coming up. Is anyone coming up for advice, or you guys just have something you want to say?
I'm here for advice.
Kind of a mix of both, I feel like.
All right, so for whoever wants to come up for advice, speak now.
Me.
I think that sounds like Teddy. Let me tab back in.
Well, when you're like dating a girl, if you're anti-feminist,
I'm asking.
how
I
do you
want to ask
like
for advice too.
assert your dominance?
All right, Pokemon. We'll get
That's
you,
a
get
good
to you
one.
right.
I like that.
That's a good one,
So-
Hamilton A.
I mean, that sounds a bit Fortnite-y. What do you guys mean by that? Trick shot him, or what are we talking about here?
Ooh,
Well, like-
shit.
How do you
I want
you
to ask
show
for
you're
advice too.
like the alpha of the relationship?
All right.
You
well,
have
here's-
standards and beliefs for yourself, and you don't deviate because someone else is pushing you to. If you have
Well-
a worldview,
Go ahead, Kyle.
if you have a worldview, right, you believe in certain things, stick to those things. Don't deviate because someone else is around or making you feel a certain way. You know, have your core values, stick to them. And also, you don't have to prove anything to anyone else. If you're courting a woman and you feel like you have to be dominant or anything like that, then you're in the wrong headspace. You don't have to prove your dominance. Just act
May I speak
accordingly.
after him, please?
If so, whoever's getting. So I think it was who was it, Teddy or was it Hamilton asking for the advice?
I was
Both of them,
asking.
I believe. But
All right, so
I
we're gonna
wanted
go
to
one
give
at a
them some
time.
advice.
We're gonna go one at a time.
Hey, Jonathan, just like chill.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
All right. So what are your goals? Are you guys just trying to sleep around, or are you actually looking for a woman to settle down with?
I'm just trying to get around the block. You feel me?
All right. Well, I have no advice for you. So which are the other
Do
two?
I need to be feminist if I'm dating a trans girl?
I wouldn't
That's actually
advise. I
an
wouldn't
odd
advise such
question.
advice. So it looks like you guys aren't really taking it serious.
May I give some advice though?
No. So Hamilton's out as well.
I think they were trolling, man.
Yeah, trolling for sure.
What happened?
Willie, Aaron.
I want to ask a question.
Yeah, we're gonna let you ask a question real quick.
Yo.
Real quick, Pokemon. Willie, what's going on?
What's going on, man?
All right. You mind muting up? Good, sir. Real quick. Thank you. And then Willie, how old are you?
I'm 24.
All right. Thanks for coming up. Are you a feminist?
Nah.
Shout out to you. Okay.
Nah.
Bowers, are you a feminist?
Fuck no.
My man.
Bowers is gay though, so he doesn't have an opinion on it.
I'm not sure I would have advice for you, Bowers, if you're gay.
Oh, I have a question for you.
I mean, I'm not like crazy gay though. I'm not like I'm not like a liberal
What the
gay. I'm
hell
like
is-
a straight
the
gay.
He's trolling.
All
He's
right.
trolling.
All right.
Hey, I have a question for you.
I'm not trolling.
Well, I don't have. What brings you up, Willie?
I just wanted to seek some help from.
Are you the gay one? Which one's the gay one?
No, Bowers is the gay one.
Oh,
dude.
Bowers. All right. Well, hush up for a second. Let me just address Pokemon. Everybody else, mute up because I hear some background stuff going on. I mean, Cow doesn't have to, but Pokemon, go ahead, man.
If I'm gay, does that automatically make me anti-feminist? Because I would like to be more
All right,
anti-feminist.
I'm not gonna respect the panel rules, man. It's the first part about being.
I just want to ask.
First part about having patriarchal values, you got to stick to your boundaries. Pokemon, go ahead. Thank you, man.
How do I cut a woman out of my life forever? How do you cut a woman for the rest of your life? Like
Court?
never to have anything to do with them anymore.
Oh, cut?
No, how do you cut ties with a woman for the rest of your life?
What is the situation? What is the context? You guys married?
Well, I don't want to have anything to do with them for the rest of my life. I want to avoid them. I don't want to see them.
Have
I don't
you
want to have
expressed that
anything
to
to
them?
do with them. I
Or
don't want
have
to
they
talk to
done
them.
something so egregious that you don't even want to express that to them?
I don't like them, okay? I don't think they're good people, and I don't think that there's anything worth talking to them.
Was this a potential mate or was this family?
Family and society in general.
So is
Do you
this,
have to be around
real
him?
quick, real
Like,
quick.
do you
come on,
work with
Cal.
him?
So is this going to be someone in your nuclear family or someone in your extended family?
No, it's more like on general. I don't want to speak with women at all. I just want to be
Oh.
happy without ever having to deal
Are
to
you a
be with
eunuch?
some
You want to
woman.
be a eunuch?
Yeah, I don't want to have to be with women. I don't want my happiness to have to deal with the woman species on forever, never.
Do you have sexual desire?
No, I don't want to have that. Fuck no.
So you don't have any sexual desires towards women?
No, I don't want to.
Where does this come from? You have a childhood such that maybe there was events that led to that?
I don't think that they're good people. I think that they're disgusting, evil persons who only care about selfishness. They only care about money and appearances. I don't think they're good people to speak with.
Women in general, or women,
Yes.
or all women.
Woman.
What if you met a woman who you found of someone of high moral character that you could find how she does things?
I will ignore her. I will ignore her and
So
go on with
wait
my
for
life.
me to finish the question, Pokemon. Let's just say you meet a woman who you would see as someone of very respectable moral character, and someone.
I will try to be. I will
Pokemon,
try
if
to
you
be.
cut me off again, you're out of here.
Sorry.
So, you find a woman. She's of high moral character. She's your age. You guys are friendly. Can you see yourself being attracted to her? She's attractive. What do you say?
I will try to be friendly. Try to be friendly as a person.
Uh-oh, Pokemon, you're cutting off. You're out here. We're getting somewhere, Pokemon.
Try to be nice.
Damn it, Pokemon. What's up with your damn internet? Is this something about European internet, or what's going on here, Pokemon? We were just about to get into the meat and potatoes, and your audio's cutting in and out again.
What do you mean? Sorry, it is just my audio. You know, the stupid internet.
Pokemon, we need to have a discussion offline. You have a Discord? Do you have a Discord, good sir?
Give you my other account. This account is suspended. I can DM any account.
We're gonna have to have a conversation via chat, or we're gonna have to have some type of chat conversation, because right now I'm not so convinced you're.
What's up?
I'm not so convinced you're gonna be like Paul the Apostle yet. Seems like there's another issue going on. But PM me, man, because right now your audio is going in and out, and I can't really have a constructive discussion with you.
Sure,
All
I
right?
will. Have a good day.
All right, Pokemon. Thanks for coming up. All right. Misty, welcome back, lady.
Well, hello, good sir. Hello.
Hope you're doing well.
I am. Thank you.
It's good to know. Asia. Asia. Are you over 18, Asia?
I am 22.
Thanks for coming up, ma'am. What brings you up today?
So, I mean, I think obviously headings, like the title is, it's supposed to get people to stop. When you're talking about like anti-feminism, are you talking about like fourth wave? What wave are we talking here? All waves.
Yeah, I disagree with all waves. But for the topic of the discussion, we can just keep it around the prompt and dating.
Okay,
and
so
the outcomes thereof.
So exactly, like, so I'm trying to understand
One
what
moment, ma'am.
this
One
means.
second, just Aaron Lee, are you a feminist? Could you let me know? Go ahead, Asia. Let me know in the chat, Aaron.
Oh, okay. I'm wondering, like, okay, anti-feminist. Does this mean that we're anti-women dating women? Like, what exactly?
Well,
what
I
exactly
have no
is your
interest in
standpoint?
discussing homosexual relationships. My
Okay,
intent for
so-
this live is to give patriarchal norms towards to dating.
Okay,
Dating
so-
/ courting, masculine men, feminine women, men leading, women following. That's the dynamic. I'm not particularly interested in any degenerate behavior.
Okay.
So, yeah. Riak, thanks
So-
for the. Oh, you gave it to Mesty. Mesty, you better say thanks to Riak. Go
when
ahead, ma'am.
you as a man, what are you prescribing that men look for in women specifically?
Women who are willing to follow, not submit up front. They don't really know you like that. I mean, you should just expect submission ultimately in marriage. But women who are going to give you cues that convince you of that would be a start. Well, at least a standard. There you go.
Okay, so general advice for what general advice would you give to a woman that would be like anti-feminist? Is it specifically for men? Like,
No.
what would you say?
Believe it or not, half the people who ask it for advice are women. So for women, I would say you want to find a man who's of high moral character and one who convinces you that he's ready to lead once you guys step into that relationship dynamic, particularly marriage. Men who are indecisive or effeminate, these men are disposable in my advice I'd give. These men, you should run away. You cannot trust these men to lead.
And what's the tell of that? Like, how would you know?
Women who are a man who's always accommodating to his woman's emotions, a person who tends to be supplicative. They tend to want to compensate for problems that may be created for no reason. Women tend to shit test a lot, or their emotions kind of dictate how they want things to go. Someone who can weather that and be indifferent, or by virtue of who he is, not moving to that and just letting it pass, but still staying in his frame. This would be evidence of someone who's capable of leading, as opposed to someone who's not doing that. Someone who's always trying to fix a problem with her, or always apologizing for things, asking for permission to do things, generally. Now, obviously, there are exceptions, right? You need to ask permission for some things, wink, wink. But a man who takes initiative, is confident, yeah.
Okay, well, I imagine that you know that I feel like this is a rarity, like
What's rare,
a type
man?
I feel like for men to kind of do what you're saying, like usually I feel like a lot of men are effeminate in a way. So if this is your viewpoint, that means you also would have the viewpoint that these men exist somewhere. Where do you think that these men are existing?
Oftentimes, what will make a man fall into this role is two things. It's either his interest towards you, or who he is principally. If he's interested in you and he becomes more of a protecting man, more of a leading man, it can sometimes be taken to the extreme where he becomes controlling or possessive or insecure in those ways. But a man who you can see has a high moral character, and you can see this is who he is. He's not trying to be this way by technique. So the reason why I bring that up is because on both those type of men, you can find those men who are that way principally, and men who, because they like you, they're going to show more leadership traits. But on both ways, this can be honed through practice to be a good leader. So when you say that there aren't a lot of good leaders or good men or men who fit this description, I would push back at that, but I will agree in this context. A lot of men are liberal. There are a lot of liberal men, especially in our generation. There are a lot of men who don't particularly think this deeply on cultural and political matters, so they'll tend to go with the flow. So they won't want to rock the boat. They don't want to be politically incorrect. So this can come off as feminine. I know a lot of men can be like this. Elise, you sound to me under the age of 25.
Yes, I'm under 25.
Yeah, so a lot of men who, they're just young. Perhaps they weren't raised by their father, or perhaps they weren't given guidance by their father on how to act with women. They tend to act this way, which is basically all over the place, right? Maybe they're the type of guy to go with the flow. These type of men might not be masculine. I know I'm ranting, but I'm trying to agree with you, but I'm also trying to push back, if that makes sense.
I understand. Okay, so I live in the country, but I live in the city. So I find that is this like a party issue? Because I think
what?
it's
Like going out party or political party? Okay.
Like continue. A political party issue. I feel like, from my perspective, I think it's unusual for a man to be liberal. So I don't know. I feel like in the city it's an issue, but I also feel like living in the country, it's harder to find people. So if this is a thing, and it's like Gen Z men, they are less masculine in a sense. I mean, what's the date? So I guess my question would be, for dating advice, where would you find these masculine men? Should I be looking at a specific party? Like, where would you find them, I guess is the question.
Parties is less likely, especially when alcohol is involved. When it comes to what you can do in this situation, is you can use your influence and how you apply your standards to those men. I find a lot of issues with women is a lot of their relationships. They come to me with a lot of problems in their relationships when they're on the back foot. They've often already given up one of their biggest bargaining chips, which is their body. And they're trying to salvage things in the back end. I would argue that the best way you can get good behavior out of a man is not to sleep with him. You look familiar.
Yeah, I got
And you-
down on my other account.
You got how?
Harassment and bullying. Could you imagine?
Okay. Well, welcome back. So right now, I'm advising a young lady. So for everyone on the panel, just hush up for now. Unless you have
Sure.
something that's really important. So, Asia,
Yeah.
abstaining. What this does is it makes women less emotional. And whatever emotions they do have towards this man, it makes him easy to understand. It makes him less volatile. This is a type of testing or boundary you can set with men that will put them on notice. And it will require better behavior out of them, because oftentimes with women, when they give up their body, men tend to become consequently apathetic to anything, really. Being a gentleman, taking initiative. Yeah. So that would be one thing you can do to try and get some type of good moral character out of a man. And you'd be surprised what type of man would agree to that boundary.
I feel like that's usually been my standard. So, but I mean, like beyond that, like, because I feel like that's kind of a given
It
in a
would be a
way.
start, yes. It would be a start.
So beyond that,
Beyond that.
hmm
Well, you would need to. I think women tend to be good at this when they discuss in roundabout ways during dating what the guy is into. Another thing is you want to be very intentional with introducing him to your family. Particularly, is your dad in your life?
yeah.
This is another way to kind of put a guardrail on the relationship, because he's going to be thinking about your father. If it'll make him think twice about things. Now we're really trying to control behavior here. It might feel like that, but in reality, this is just to give you some type of safeguard. But what type of man do you want? What do you see as a leader? What does that look like to you?
See, I don't know. I just feel like
If you don't
I
know,
don't.
then what men in your life do you look up to that you think would be a leader?
Just, I guess, the men in my family.
Have you ever asked them about what do you think would be a good thing for me to find in a man?
I feel like when we talk about what it would be a good things in a man, I feel like there's a baseline. So obviously, I would expect for them to be a protector. I would expect for them to be some sort of provider. I'm not really with the 50-50 stuff. So I mean, for me, that's a baseline. That's kind of how I've grown up, and that's what I've seen. Like treating women with respect, but also like women, like I think that if you I don't think that men should just be afforded respect just because they're a man.
True.
Because I think that if you're a good man, then you get the respect because it's a given. Women don't necessarily need to be masculine if the man is masculine. There's no need for two masculine heads to bump if a woman is allowed to be like feminine around the man. So those are baselines for me. But as far as like profession or like I don't know.
Not
I
as
don't know what
important.
else. You think profession is important?
No, I'm asking you. You're saying it's not as important.
I think there's more range. I don't think I have a specific like requirement for a profession. I mean, I think it's important to have a profession, not just like a job. But I don't know. Like, I guess like beyond like the basic. Like for me, those are baseline things. I'm not gonna talk to a man who doesn't have a job. I'm not gonna talk to a man who is rude to his family, to his mother. I mean, I think there's range there. So beyond those baseline, I guess like what else is there?
His intention. If he's Mr. Go with the flow, you want to be suspicious of that. Someone who has their intentions clear. But you also have to make your expectations up front as soon as possible.
Verbally?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, you don't have to say, you know, I'm not going to put out or that can just be discovered. It doesn't, you know what I'm saying? You don't need to kind of, you don't need to draw too hard of a line, but you do need to, you need to prepare him for expectations. So if you're saying, I don't feel comfortable with 50-50, are you okay with that? That sounds to me like, I understand in this day and age, especially when we're talking about masculinity and femininity, it might feel a little bit forward, but we're trying to protect you at this point. Because you need to make your intentions clear, as well as having your boundaries. You start to disclose your boundaries the more and more a person earns that. It doesn't need to just be a checklist at the first coffee date. But you want to start asking him questions about marriage, and you want to start asking him questions about families. You want to see if that aligns with your goals. And you don't want to be in an eternal dating space. You want to, I mean, I didn't ask you that, but what is your expectations? Let's say you meet a guy, you like him, he like you, he's that dude. How long is this going to take to get married? What would you like? I know it's not really your choice, but I mean, you don't initiate it. But how long do you want to get
I would
until
say
marriage?
like I guess like imagine like around 3 years.
Damn.
Within, is that too fast?
How? It's too long.
Oh, okay.
I know some women are like 2 years. That sounds to me like the top. Because if you want a man, okay, well, here's another thing. I would say less than 2 years. Talk to your dad about that, see what he feels about that.
Okay.
But another thing, when it comes to the dynamic between you and him, you mentioned that, not the dynamic, but the job thing and having a career and all that. Are you in college?
Yes.
Okay, so are you open to meeting a guy in college?
I go to a very liberal college, so I don't know.
Are there any conservative groups or clubs at your college?
They've been banned, actually.
Banned?
Yeah, crazy story, banned.
Well, there has to be some type of thread or Facebook group or maybe a Discord. I don't know. There has to be some type of community forum.
I find that they're in the business school. I'm in a subsect of the business school. But I find that the most of the men they're gonna be the ones who are like how I'm accustomed to them thinking, they're in the business school. But it's not like a traditional, it's like in the city. It's a city school. So it's kind of commuter-y. So there's some people who live on campus, some who don't. I think it probably would be easier in like a typical campus, like in the like BFE, and it's just like everybody.
You're going to be there for how long?
I got one more year. This is my last year.
And then where are you going? Are you transferring out or are you staying? Or this is you're done?
This is it. I'm done. Yeah, after this.
What about church? You go to church?
Sorry?
Church. The Lord's Day.
I missed the question. I heard church, and that was it.
Do you go to church?
Yeah.
How's your interaction with the male youth there? Well, the adults, obviously, not the youth.
Yeah, I would say they're a little odd. If that makes
Odd
sense.
in what way? Well, what kind of denomination are we talking about? Are we talking about Pentecostal?
This is not Pentecostal. I think it's just like non-denomination, or it's not Pentecostal. That's
Okay.
not normal.
Well, how are the men? How are the men in your age? How are they like?
How are they like? Is that what you said?
Yeah. What is your impression of them
In the church or just in general?
in the church that you go to?
I think.
This would be one of the best pools.
Oh, I think they're lost, or they're
Going to hell, on their way to hell.
No, I wouldn't say like that. I would say they're lost, or they're like we wouldn't be equally yoked. They're like in the infancy of their faith, or they're dating someone, or they're like, I guess they have a different interpretation. So maybe they would be like, maybe they would go to church and they would say they're Christian, but they're not like biblically based, and that's a big thing for
Even they
me.
don't practice it as much. They
Yeah.
kind of like drinking around or smoking or.
I mean, like I would say like they're going to church, probably of their own accord or whatever, but I don't know that their life matches up with what is required.
Okay, but you don't discount that. Men going to church on their own fruition, don't discount that.
Okay.
Not saying this qualifies them, but this is a good sign. Another thing would be, I think, maturity spiritually to your convincing. What does that look like?
I think like keeping your word. I mean, like I know the Bible was saying
Anyone
that like
can be a man of their word.
sure, but
How
I
is
find
that
that
distinct?
that's common. I think that when they say like you'll know them by their fruits, I'm looking for the fruits. I'm looking for. I don't know. I'm looking for their fruits.
So what is a fruit of staying with your word? What does that look like spiritual? What spiritual fruit does that tie to? Being a man of your word. What does that tie to?
That's just. I guess that's not. I don't know if that's biblical, but it's just you're not a liar. I like if you're gonna tell me you're gonna do something, I would expect for you to do that without me having to like remind you.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. So have you met any men who you thought, oh, he's pretty mature in the word?
Yeah, I would say I've met those people, but they're not single. So
Okay. What about your social groups? Do you have friends?
I have friends.
Do they have male associates?
I wouldn't date. I don't know that I would date any of the guys that my friends are friends with.
Obviously, you're not dating any non-Christians, right?
Sorry.
You're not dating any non-Christians, right?
Trying really hard not to.
Well, do your damnedest to not do that. Because you're likely to set yourself up for failure. Someone who doesn't share your morals, and also someone who doesn't have a heart for God, that has a heart for the world or themselves. You might as well play Russian roulette with your heart. So you must find a man who's a Christian. And King Xenos, thanks for the heart, man. As well as Brinks, thanks for the live things. I don't know what they are, but I thank you, Brinks. There aren't any Christian dating meetups. I know they're kind of peculiar, but we don't have a lot of options here. If you have like a liberal Joe Biden voting college and they banana the freaking conservative groups, that sounds like a liberal stronghold. But you're saying your church group doesn't have a lot of men that you think are that are of interest. What about any Christian dating events there or Christian young adult groups?
I feel like it's more like women in those groups, or like the man is like they'll be like, oh, I'm a Christian man, and they'll be like some sort of LGBT or the school, like the school events that have been like Christian or whatever, and I say that very loosely. They've been like, the Bible is open to interpretation.
Yeah,
and
get rid of those guys.
Like, yeah, or like a super like it'll be like a Catholic subsect, but it'll be like so left field. I don't even know like what they're like. It's just they're making stuff up at this point. Like I don't know.
Okay, well let's start with a different reference point or starting point. What are your non-negotiables for a Christian man? Doctrinally.
Doctrinally, huh?
Can he speak in? Is it okay if he speaks in tongues?
Yeah, I don't care.
Does he care about? Do you care about whether or not he believes that if you're saved, you're either saved once and once only, or can you lose your salvation? Is there anything doctrinally that's a deal breaker for you outside of homosexuality?
I think anything that like conflicts with like logic or like security. Like I know there are people.
Security.
Yeah, like I think if I don't know, if somebody was like, I'm not gonna like have a gun, or like we should have super open borders.
Okay, so you like conservative Christian men.
Yeah.
But what if he's a conservative Christian? Okay, so what are your beliefs regarding Christianity? What are your core beliefs about Christianity? Name me 2.
What do you mean when you say core beliefs?
Well, you should know. You're the Christian that's gauging the Christian standard on other men. What are 2 core Christian beliefs? I'm not trying to test you per se, because we're probably going to disagree doctrinally. I'm non-denominational, so are you. But
Okay.
I'm saying, like, what does it mean to be Christian to you? And then what resonates with you if you heard that from a man? What does it mean?
I would say if somebody, for me, submitting yourself to God first. I'm not willing to submit to somebody who hasn't submitted to God first. And I think that's somebody who keeps his commandments. And I know that there are some that I think our society has
Like
made, like,
what?
to
Lying?
normalize.
Obviously, right?
Lying, thefts, like,
Yeah, but most men
cheating.
can be good with that, right? So you don't like a man who drinks, right? Or no?
I don't know if I care that he drinks. I don't want a drunkard.
Okay, someone who doesn't know more than socially.
Yeah.
What does he think about salvation?
What does he think about salvation in regard to what? Like, he believes in salvation.
How does it align with you? What would it align with you?
That I think it's like I think that your faith is something you have to maintenance. I don't think that is just like I believe in him and now everything's whatever. I think it's like with anything, like with working out, you can be ripped one day, and if you stop tending to that, you'll be fat. So I think it's like a consistent thing you have to keep up with because that relationship needs tending to.
So someone who is in their Bible, at least periodically.
I mean, daily is
How often
preferred.
are you in the Bible?
Daily. Like daily is like a big thing for me. I don't know. I mean, I would ideally like him to be daily, if not like daily, then every other day, like but consistently.
Have you ever heard of your husband being your pastor?
Yes. I don't know how how much I would be okay with that. I would want for us to have biblical discussion, and like I'm not gonna just immediately assume that you know more than me or your perspective is better than mine or right. I would want to make sure that we have an agreement. And if let's say like, because I'm like a big like theology is like a hobby. It's a big hobby of mine. So I don't want like if you have the same kind of like viewpoints on that, or we can have a discussion about that, or you think that you interpret something different than how I interpret something. I like those kind of conversations because it's like we don't have to agree on everything, but I think kind of having a general understanding is important.
Is your husband supposed to be your high priest?
No.
But Jesus says, or Paul says, wives submit to your husbands as the church submits to Christ, and husbands give your life as Christ does the church. Is not Jesus our high priest?
I would say Jesus, yes.
Well, if the analogy that Paul is bringing is supposed to be 1-to-1, obviously we're not immortal, and we don't have blood that absolves you of sin. But a character, a type, is not your husband supposed to be a type of Christ?
I think that, so the way I would interpret that scripture is that it's telling husbands to love their wives how Christ loved the church. Not necessarily saying that I have to fully do, I don't know, be a Christ to my husband, or that he is
He has to
he's
be a
deserved the
Christ figure to
same.
you.
I
And
don't
you
I
have to be a
don't
church figure to him.
I don't know what you're meaning by like a church figure or like a Christ-like figure, because I
Well,
don't want to like. I feel like that goes into like idolatry, and then like I don't know.
idolatry.
I think
All
to an
right. Well,
extent.
what does submission look like to you? Because now this sounds a bit curious. What does submission look like to you in a confines of a religious marriage?
In the confines of a religious marriage, what does it mean to submit?
What if he wants you to do something you don't like, even though you disagree with it? You guys have your agreement. You guys can't come to a compromise. What are you going to do? Are you going to submit to his will, your husband's will?
I guess that's circumstantial.
Well, if it's not causing you to sin outside of that circumstance, what are you going to do?
Can we narrow this down?
All right. You have money that you've worked. Let's just say you have money that you've spent, or you've worked hard for something, and you want to spend something on something. Spend your hard-earned money on something. But your husband says no, and you guys can't come to an agreement. He has an agreement. Or you guys, he has his reasons, you have yours. You guys can't come to a compromise. What do you do? Do you submit to his will?
I guess it depends on what it is, because my whole thing is it's like, if it's something that I feel, because I mean I ask for wisdom all the time. If it's something that I feel like I have the foresight for wisdom for, or maybe he doesn't fully know what it is I'm doing, or I don't really know. I feel like it's circumstantial. Because if it's like I want a Slurpee and he's like, you shouldn't be having a Slurpee. If he's saying that I've had a Slurpee every day that week, okay, fine, you can win, whatever. But if I'm saying I want a Slurpee because I don't know, I worked hard or whatever and I want a Slurpee, I guess it's just circumstantial. I think there's a way to talk to people, and I feel like I'm conscious enough or easygoing enough to an extent that if he's telling me like, hey, I don't think you should do this because of this, and it makes sense, and it's coming from a good place, and he's not trying to be controlling or I don't know, like aggressive in nature. I don't want somebody I think with me, he shouldn't be aggressive, but with other people, sure, he can be aggressive. I don't care. But I think what it is, it matters for if I'm spending too much money, if I'm shopping too much, and he's like, maybe don't. Depends on what it is, because it's up for debate, I think.
What if you continue to spend money? Can he cut off your money?
If it's my money, then no.
What if he thinks you're overspending, but you don't? It's your money. Can he cut off your money? Does he have any authority to do that?
I think so in my brain, I feel like, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Okay.
You just remember this is the husband that you decided you're going to submit to and you're going to die with.
Okay, wait, we're married. I keep forgetting. Okay, so if we're married and he's telling me, I don't think that he needs to cut my money off. I would have an issue if he were to go over my head and try to do something like that. But if he's telling me I'm overspending, I'm probably overspending. So then I should cut back on overspending.
What if you don't agree with it?
I think I would agree with it because
Here's
I
the
if I don't agree?
Submission is not okay. I have an issue with how you're responding to things because it's telling me that you're going to submit when it's convenient or when it makes sense, but it doesn't always make sense. You don't have time sometimes for it to make sense. You don't have time for an explanation. You don't have time to get into this debate with your wife or husband. There's times where submission makes sense to me in a biblical sense because it's about doing it not always when it's convenient for you. At this moment, you've only explained to me that you'll do it when it's convenient.
Okay. I mean, if it's like a danger thing, I'm going to listen. if it's, but I for the money thing making sense to me, I feel like in a lot of ways I might make, or I don't care about this, but if I make more money than my husband, I don't really care if I make more money than him. I think that like
What if you
my
do?
industry, if I do, I mean, I think statistically it would make sense for me to make more money. That's just like a given.
Can he tell you how to spend your money? How to spend your money with him? If you make more money than him?
I think it's definitely a discussion that we can have a middleman, like, or like a
middleman. You mean?
not a middleman. I don't know what the word would be. I think that's if we're married, we have shared finances. So I'm not gonna be making crazy purchases without it being something that he knows too. Because if I make more money, it'll be, I don't know. I think that it'll be comparable to my income, sure.
Is
But
he
I
allowed
don't
to lead
know.
in financial decisions?
He can, but he would have to be good with finances. If he's not somebody who I can trust with my finances, then no.
Would you marry someone who's not good with money?
Ideally, no.
All right. So I'm not talking about some dude off of the street. I'm talking about some dude that you've decided and that you are willing to commit to, that you can trust his leadership. And this
I'm trying
isn't
to
just
make.
this isn't just this isn't just like where you guys are going to go date. This is where you guys are going to live. This is where you guys are going to. Obviously, you want to make sure you're aligned, right?
Yeah.
So that the friction is less there. But it's a commitment you're making not just to him, but you're making it to God to do what I would argue is your role, is to submit. His is to follow. So whether you guys like it or not, you must do this. Sometimes I don't like leading. Hell, I don't like answering all the questions my wife asks me. Sometimes I'm like, do it but before I say that word, I say, wait a minute. My calling and my job, my role is to lead. So when my wife asks something and she doesn't want me to delegate it to her, I have to make this decision. I'm explaining to you there's a burden or a sacrificial element on both sides. Does that make sense? You're not doing it because it's fun, or you're doing it because it's your job. That's the covenant you made with God. Now, I'm bringing this up really because I was curious about some of your responses. But I think you probably, do you have any men in your life that have a biblical dynamic with their wife, where their wife leads? Where their husband leads?
Yes.
Okay. Do you trust to talk to that man and that wife?
I trust to talk to them about like what? In general, yeah, sure.
I would. Are you close enough to them to ask for advice on men, particularly from that man?
I think so.
All right. This will be the first line of business that I would suggest for you, just to attach you to some good archetype. So if this dynamic is the man is leading and the woman's generally submitting, there's not like a lot of backbiting, or you don't really see them arguing all the time, and she seems to be happy and the man is leading, I would seek his advice. Does he know you that way? Does he?
I would say so.
Okay, so he's close enough to give you personalized advice?
I would say so.
All right, so the second thing I would do here is you need to get in the word such that you're convinced that if he's ever referencing the word, you're not giving pause. You're not like, wait a minute, that don't make no sense. Or how he's acting and what he references or what he quotes, if it doesn't make sense. You need to get into the word such that this will be your main defense. Now, I know you and I have our differences in interpretation, it appears, around marriage, but I think if God knows your heart and your intent, and are you working on this with him, helping him, or he's a part of picking your spouse, I'm sure he'll honor that. What do you think about that?
think that you're right. I'd hope you're right.
So that would be the second thing. Have you already been doing that though?
Doing like asking God.
You know, getting in the Bible, like, I mean, you need to look up more things about marriage and the marriage dynamic, like in Peter, Ephesians, Corinthians, hell, even in Proverbs. These are going to be places where you can find how men should be and how women should be.
Okay.
So anything about marriage dynamic or how husband and wives should be, you should look that up. Because these are things that you can use that as a referent when you're testing that against men that you come across. Does that make sense?
Okay.
The last thing, are you in shape?
Yes.
Are you sure?
I'm very sure. Yes.
What, are you squatting and deadlifting or what?
You know, cardio, Pilates, swimming.
Okay. So you ain't got no belly or nothing like that.
No, I'm not fat.
Okay. So if you're in shape, are you attracting men?
I do, yeah.
Just not the men you particularly want.
It's just they have like I'm attracting the conservative men, yeah.
Wait a minute.
Oh.
That's what you said you wanted. Well, at
I
least
do,
half of
but
them. At least
I
half
do.
of that quality.
They're usually conservative. I feel like I hold myself to a standard where I'm not attracting like liberal guys or like broke people, but like I want them to also be Christians. The Christian part is the part that's like it's lacking because I can be very Christian, and I feel like I know like even this is a statistic that like men, secular men, they just like Christian women because they think they'll be good wives. But I want him to be a good husband too. I don't want it to just be that.
Yeah, definitely stay away from that landmine.
Okay.
Conservative men are effectively, I mean, they're probably closer to God because they're closer to the truth, but when it comes to morals, you know, God wouldn't want to put you with someone who doesn't respect him because that's what your heart desires, right?
Yeah.
Seems righteous to me because it follows what the Bible says we should have for each other. But so you're already in shape. That's good. I usually have to tell women too. Some women have to, but they need to get in shape. But if you're attracting men, you're just going to need to get creative with putting yourself in Christian spaces. Perhaps there's church events that your church does where other churches gather. Is there anything like that? Sometimes I have that once a week or once a month where churches come together for a weekday, or is there anything like that for you?
I've seen that where there's like a bunch of churches, they meet in one place, but it's like 4 different churches. I've seen that.
Do you talk to men in the sense of like, how do you talk to men that you're interested in?
Like you're asking if I flirt with them? What do you mean?
No. Well, whatever it looks like. What does that look like to you? You see a guy, he's a Christian guy. What does that look like? You like him? What does that look like?
Well, I feel like I'm not going to be like rude or anything. I just feel like I have to test them to an extent because I have to make sure that you are who you say you are.
So you'll even do that in your first couple of interactions?
Yeah.
Okay. That sounds pretty good. Do you display interest at all?
I think so.
What does that look like? I know you're giving away the sauce, but.
Okay, guys, so I'm telling you about it. The jokes, the smiling, the eye contact. I think just like with body language, and sometimes you'll even say like, "Oh, okay, like this was a good interaction," like I don't know, stuff like that.
All right, but you're not really trying to like get their number, right?
Usually, I don't ask men for their numbers. No,
Great.
You would have to ask me.
What about social media? I know that tends to be a big hook for women. Social
Not,
media.
no, I won't. The most I've done is ask somebody for their LinkedIn, and that's about it.
That sounds pretty white. What's your LinkedIn?
Yeah, they're always for like confused and taken back, but it works. That's
Okay. All right. Well, that is definitely peculiar, and I think that's cool because it's off base. You wouldn't really. A man would render that. He'll play that back in his head if he's trying to think about if you're interested or not. So that's a nice curveball. So I'm trying to think though about what other space you could find. Do you go to the gym at all?
I do go to the gym, but I go like really, really early, like as soon as it opens.
Why not go when it's later, whether it's more populated?
Because
Do
I
you go
work.
do you have a way you could fit that in occasionally?
Um,
Is there a weekday where you could do a 5?
this past like earlier this year, my schedule didn't allow me for me to do it. That's why I was going like 5 in the morning, 6 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes there are times where I've been going like late at night before it closes, so that like I can just work out and then take a shower and then go to bed. What else? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe like this next school year, I probably could if my schedule allows for it. But yeah, not usually. Like before, I could go like in the middle of the day. Occasionally, I can do that, but it's not something that happens regularly.
You need to really consider that because you need to be in populated spaces where there are likely to be conservative leaning men.
You think the gym is one of those places?
I think so. At least, well, I'm in Texas, so. But even when I was in Cali, where freaking liberals are everywhere, I still found concentrated amounts of men that I could really get along with and have share political values there, which was interesting. That's been the case every gym I've went to. It could just be me, but what city, or sorry, not city, but what state do you live in?
I'm like by coastal technically, so Illinois, and then yeah.
Well,
Illinois is
Illinois, you'd be surprised, right? Outside of the city, I would think. Or
But I
no?
don't go outside of the city. I'm like
You're in-
I'm in the city of the Chicago. Yeah, I know. I know.
Golly, man. Man. You're gonna need to find some type of perhaps some type of. Do you have time that you could spend at some co-ed activity at daytime, like on the weekend, or is it the weekday?
Probably like weekday. He said, "Girl, get out of there."
I can't really say what type of event, but you're gonna need to think of what event can you go to that's co-ed, where there will be men and women there. Perhaps like a convention. Are there any weapon rallies? Or not weapon rallies, weapon conventions or shows?
I don't know if it was in this. I don't think it would be in the city. I'm in sports anyway, so I do a lot of stuff like that. So there's men there sometimes, but they're not like.
What type of sports?
It's not exclusive to anything. They're just professional sports, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, like football events or maybe college events.
I haven't done any college events. It's all like, I guess the professional of levels, and then.
Do you have good friends that you trust that you can go out perhaps where there might be fairs or, like a street event?
A street event. I
You
mean,
know, they
I've
have
gone.
fairs or they have Friday night things on a block or things
I've
of
gone
that
to
nature?
those events. Yeah, I mean, whenever there's like a street festival,
You don't
I
go
go
alone,
to
right?
those. Not to a street festival, no. I'll go with like friends or whatever. But I'm not getting hit on there. But I
Well,
think
why
it's
not?
just the city. I think it's because it's the city. If I go out with just like my girlfriends, then yeah.
Do you
Like
make eye
I
contact with the men you like?
when I'm talking to them, yeah.
What about if you like what you see?
When I like what I see, like on the street. If I'm on the street, probably not. Or on the train, like that's not no.
Okay, the train is a bit, I mean, you never know, but I'm talking about like in events where it would be kind of par for the course, where you would think to find a girl or a guy there. Making eye contact with men would be good, or is there something you're hesitant about doing that for?
Because sometimes I don't want to be bothered. Like I golf, so if I'm going to like the range, I don't want to. I know there's guys there, but they'll be older, and if they're like my age, I can't really tell if they're my age or they're like a high schooler. But I'm not interested, or I
Well,
don't
you
know.
need to you need
It
to
doesn't really
look.
happen.
I understand that sometimes with women you're not in the mood, but this is not about that. Are you trying to get married or not? If you're not in the mood, you could pass up a dude with a really nice jawline, and he could have a Bible on his left hand. You wouldn't know because you're not in the mood. Obviously,
Right.
I'm not saying you need to be flirtatious, but at least showing signals of interest is good because men, we're not impervious to rejection, and especially nowadays, we don't want to go. We don't want to be seen on TikTok for drooling over a woman. So you kind of want to give some subtle hint. It's not about whether you're in the mood or feel like it. It's about, is the guy attractive or not, and does he have what you think, at least initially, potential? Because remember, as women, you generally can't initiate. So you need to display some type of advertisement that you are available.
Mm.
Otherwise, you're going to just be stuck to the men who periodically bump into you as the scenario arises. I don't think that's a good strategy, especially if you can't particularly pick them in. Does that make sense?
Okay.
You can pick what's given to you, but I'm explaining to you, you need to broaden what you can be. You need to broaden what will come. Does that make sense? Does that make the sound uncomfortable or?
That's not uncomfortable. It's just not something I considered.
Well, this is about being intentional here. The man is going, you would like a man to be intentional since he lets his, what he wants from you be clear. I think that would be a man that's worthy of, or that shows signs of interest and leadership. But you take initiative by understanding as far as options go, you're relatively limited, especially for the guy you want. So you need to develop strategies around being intentional in your own way, in your own feminine way.
Okay.
So eye contact with the men you like, smiling. It doesn't need to be, I'm hungry, and he's, just playful, banterous, smiling, and looking. I think this is a good start. That would be something practical you can do. That will be stepping out of your shell. Also, we talked about really picking the brain of the type of man you can start to build with that man we talked about, that father/leader, husband figure.
Okay.
And discussing also that with his wife too. Thirdly, we talked about getting in the Bible and trying to and looking intently for what speaks to you when you're looking at marriage, what the Bible says about marriage, what the Bible says about husband and wives. And then it's good that you're already gotten your physicality in shape, because this means you're not going to be hindered as far as attraction goes, as far as your attraction potential.
Okay.
So now that we went over those pointers, there's no reason this woman can't find a good Christian man. Yeah, Tickery is a friend of the channel. He's been on here. I think he's correct about this. So
Thanks.
did you have any other questions that are or concerns?
I don't know. I don't know. I think you saying being more intentional, because I think that makes sense. I don't know that I have been as intentional with dating. I don't think I've been doing that. So it's interesting that you bring that up.
Well,
But yeah.
you're just sowing the seed toward what you have faith for. That sounds like more faith to me, putting it into action, right?
Okay.
Imagine, don't worry about what you ain't got at this moment. Don't worry about what's not working. Don't worry about your circumstance. You need to sow into your perspective and your action on what your heart wants. If try not to worry about it, don't worry about being anxious. Now we're talking about the mindset here. Last thing I'll say. What sounds more faithful? If you had to put, if you were looking down from heaven, what sounds more faithful to you? someone who's expecting what they're praying for, or sowing into what they're praying for, being hopeful to what they're praying for, as opposed to someone who might be apathetic or someone who is doom and gloomy. What sounds like a more idealistic option?
The first one.
Right. It's more real because it's you are applying, you're reading, you're praying, you're listening for a response from God. You're, Lord, should I wear this? What do you think, Lord? Should I? What do you think about this guy? You know, just, or Lord, what do you think about this strategy? Like running these things, praying about this with God as well. That is something else that can solidify what we're trying to do here, which is get you a dude married in less than 2 years. That make sense?
Okay. Under 2 years. Okay, that feels so fast. Like,
Well, think about it.
that feels so
It's
fast.
easy for women to be very selective, but I mean, if you can find a man that's willing to wait, I mean, basically retain semen retention for 3 years, if you can find that dude, more power to you. But I mean, if you know if it's right and you see it, then and let's just say you can find out a lot about a man in 6 months to a year, and then getting engaged or whatever, and then waiting until 6 months to a year after. I think that sounds like ample time. But run that by with what your dad says, or your dad as well as that dude we're talking about. Okay?
Okay.
So do you need anything else for today?
I wonder, when you're saying this is anti-feminist, how is this anti-feminist? That's what I don't understand.
I'm putting you into a patriarchal perspective. Now, there's elements of courting that I've brought up where we're trying to make sure that your dad and your family gets involved when you meet this guy. I've also explained to you that you need to find a patriarch that you're going to run ideas with and to submit to his counsel regarding this. These are patriarchal norms that I'm trying to espouse. This would be antithetical to feminism because a feminist teaches that we're all equal and that we should all be on equal authority. We shouldn't be submitting to anyone and nobody should be leading. Now, to me, it sounds like you have a little bit of feminist in you that needs to be exercised. But if you find a good man, perhaps you will not be as stubborn as I think you were on this live when it comes to those biblical things.
Okay. Okay.
Like this type of advice, look at Cascadian. Cascadian has been yapping the last 30 minutes about how I'm bad.
Yeah.
He's arguing with Tickery. This is a feminist. Feminists will usually catch on fire when I give this type of advice. So
Okay.
it might sound milquetoast to you, but remember, we're both Christians here. Feminists view Christianity as patriarchal and has inherent instances of oppression. They might say, well, the type of advice is oppressive. But I don't know.
Okay. I don't know that I would ever be, like, as a woman, I don't know that I would ever be anti-feminist. I just think I don't agree with, like, third wave, fourth wave feminism, because I don't think that, like, first wave or second wave feminism does I don't feel like that really is anti-men. You know, I think that's later feminism that's doing that.
Okay, we can
And
shift
so,
the
like,
discussion to advice to just a broader discussion of feminism.
Okay.
So it's easy to disagree with the fourth, third waves. It's a lot harder for people to make a case against the second and first. But you have to look at the design of God, which is a man's leading, and the design of women, which is women following. How can women follow if they're not subject to the draft and they can vote men virtually into any war, but men couldn't do that to women? I'm asking that question to explain what's actually going on here. Women being a group of people who have a higher voting turnout, one, and two, are voting for more and more liberal policies as the years go by, as the terms go by. Some exceptions like Trump, 42% of white women voting him in would be a good one. thank the Lord in heaven. But women generally vote for more immigration, more welfare policies, but they don't fight the wars. They never have. So what's going on right now, why I have the biggest contention with the first wave, is that suffrage being universal creates a couple of things, and I'm just gonna bear with me for a moment. Women can effectively divide their house politically. If a man wants X, a woman wants Y, women have the freedom to go against what the man wants for society. It's the first problem, which means either she's being with a liberal man who she should have never been with in the first place, or she's voting against what I would argue is a better outcome for society because she's a liberal. What this does, if she's a liberal woman, is she's endangering men to have to step in eventually when things fall apart. Have you ever seen what's going on in the UK?
With the immigration, what specifically? Okay.
The GRAPE situation, the dossier or whatever, some supposed 250,000 girls and young adult women are being assaulted at alarming rates disproportionately by a certain group of people.
Yeah.
Well, this is the bleeding heart female voting. This is a pattern amongst a lot of women in the West, as they vote for some reason to want to increase welfare and open borders. This is leading to events such that if it gets out of hand, like, let me ask you a question. Do you think if policy continued the way it is, can you see there being more and more Muslims in America and in places like the UK?
Oh, 100%.
Okay. They don't want American values, not even feminist values for that, but they don't want American values, right? So this is likely going to look something like Sharia law or some type of version of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's not. Do you think that's compatible with Christianity?
No.
Well, this will eventually lead to uprisings such that the men on both sides will have to battle not just for ideas, but for territory and government. It only takes, if you look at history, it only takes a small amount of Muslim men and money to overthrow a society. That's that way in Iran. It was that way in Syria. The Mujahideen in Russia for, I think it was Afghanistan, Pakistan, al-Nusra. This is pretty much historically, there's a lot of historical preference or precedence for this. What I'm explaining is, I know I've said a lot, but I'm trying to tie it back in. When it comes to men potentially having to defend the West from what I would argue are invaders, women are not capable of fighting the wars. They cannot hold. They might be able to hold the AKs, but there's a reason why the military is disproportionately men. It's because we're generally the only ones capable of doing it as a collective. There's no society that I've seen that have ever existed where women hold the force in this way. So if women have the right to vote but don't have to sign up for the draft when they're 18, and men do, they're effectively exploiting the men. And they're leaving them up for a point where they have to fight the war and defend the policy that the women can vote in despite those men. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Now, I've only explained to you the effects of why I don't like it, but here's the principle of why it doesn't make sense. Because if you look at feminism and its movement, it's defined this way. Let's see if you can agree. Feminism is a movement of egalitarianism or equality amongst the sexes with the movement away from a patriarchal system. What do you think about that definition?
I can see. I mean, I'm not going to contest your definition. So, okay, like I can hear. I understand.
All right. Well, just to go into it a little bit, women want equality. They want to be at parity with men as far as rights, as far as status, as far as legal representation, workplace, etc. Right?
Okay.
Oh, they are always complaining about the patriarchy, about how it's inherently oppressive, or how people have it internalized in their behavior. They want to move away from the patriarchy because A patriarchal system is a hierarchical system that which men are at the top and women are lower. They want an egalitarian system, an equal playing field where there are no authority over the other, particularly for men and women. Does that make sense?
Okay.
The reason why this is important is because if that mechanism that I was explaining to you, how men have collective force, that's what rights are, that which we all benefit from in the West. I have a right to free speech. I might want to have a right to bodily autonomy if we can vote it in. I have the right to a trial by the jury of my peers. Without men, there are no protection of these rights, because if someone's violating your right, you bring it to court, and whatever the court says, it will be obeyed only by a group of men. Are there some women who are in the police force? Less than 20% of them, yes. Are there some women in the military? Less than 18% of them, yes. But here's the thing. There has never been a society that did not operate this way, where the majority of men enforce the rights. Now, the reason why this is important is because I know I'm ranting. Is this too much for you, or not too much?
I'm following.
Okay, if you contend with anything, or I don't want to. So anyways, when it comes to a right, you don't have a right to your food if a tiger wants to take that piece of steak. You don't have a right to your TV if someone wants to take it away. The only thing that protects the right is the enforcement mechanism, the police, the military. The only thing that enforces the right against other competing societies are other patriarchies. I've been describing the patriarchy. This concentration of power, this collection of male force, is a patriarchy. And if that's the case, then women only can appeal to this patriarchal system. They can only appeal to it. Because if men say, we don't want this situation anymore, we're going to enslave the women, we're going to overthrow the country, we're going to mutiny or coup the president, women can't do anything about it. They are effectively fodder. So this is the patriarchal mechanism. And if women are voting, there cannot be any equality, because if all systems are patriarchal, such that are civilized, where you have state law, constitutions, conventions, representative democracy, parliament, whatever. If I'm not talking about the nomadic ones that exist in their obscure way. If all these civilized society that women want to have all these freedoms in can only be enforced by men collectively. This, I'm just explaining to you the first principle contradiction, that you cannot appeal to that which you're trying to get away with, the patriarchy. That's called P and not P. So if that's true, then the first wave is a performative contradiction. It is women using the patriarchy to remove the patriarchy. And the only way they can get laws is to either put men in more of an exhaustive state to defend those laws, but it's still going to be perpetually appealing to this mechanism. So if you ever have time, or if you're ever curious, you look at a lot of the feminists or the anti-suffragettes at the time of the 19th Amendment. They were the ones making the argument I'm making now, such that we don't fight the wars. We don't want to be responsible for defending the country. Well, this is why it principally falls apart. What's going on with women voting is women getting authority over men when we all know they're not responsible for protecting. If things go to war, if things go to civil unrest, they're not responsible because they're not capable. If this is true, then feminism at its inception is false.
Okay, I've never heard this perspective before. Okay, I understand that. I think that makes sense. But
yeah, you don't have to.
I think my issue then is for me, that sounds like a federal thing. That seems like a federal level. I
This was
don't know
never
that.
voted in.
Sorry?
It was never voted in.
What was never voted in?
No one voted for all men to be a collection of force. So it sits under that.
I
That's
understand
just a
that.
reality. But go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry
I
to cut you
mean,
off.
you're good. I'm meaning for women, like the 19th Amendment. I don't know that that should be. I understand on a federal level why you would want that, I guess, like repealed. But I still think for like, I think locally it would make sense. I think the issue that you're taking is with like women who are not voting and educated like logically and understanding like things on a historical context. Because I feel like if you're educated, I feel like if you have respect and you understand kind of like the history of America and understand how the government works and all those things, it's not really
Education
like
and
an
knowledge,
issue.
right?
Yeah,
It
I
could
don't think
help
that's
the
really an issue.
effects. It could help the effects, but it does not escape the principal contradiction.
Okay.
Because this is decoupling authority with responsibility. So if you let's just say you disregard a security guard's wishes that you hired, that you agreed to be in a relationship with contractually. If you disobeyed his requests and you got hurt, is the security guard to blame?
No.
Okay. And if we sat in the audience of a judge that ruled against him and said he is at fault, would you generally say that's unjust?
Well, why would he be in court in the first place?
Well, a woman or a person can sue that person, right? And say,
I mean,
"You know
I
what?
guess
He
right.
didn't do enough," or even though his instructions were explicitly that, hell, even in his contract. The reason why I'm bringing that up is because we intuitively know that there's something unjust about making someone responsible for you if they don't have any authority.
Okay.
If they don't have this shared authority with their responsibility, then it's unjust. Well, that's what I've been describing when it comes to women voting. If women vote at all, doesn't matter if they're conservative or not, they're asserting authority over men. It doesn't even matter if he's a liberal. At least the liberal man is capable collectively to fight wars. Women cannot. This is disenfranchisement and exploitation on a systematic level. This is a literal privilege that is enshrined in order for women to get what they want.
And to you, it doesn't matter what like forum of government this is. It doesn't matter if it's federal or local or anything like that.
Yeah, because even locally, the women can't band together and stop a cartel from invading an apartment complex.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah. Are you over 18, man?
All right. Yeah, so you support a pedophile?
All right. How is this relevant, man?
Because why are you over here talking about dating advice when you support someone who SAs women?
Okay, so anyways, back to the conversation. You want to have a conversation towards what we're talking about, or you want to be Bogart here?
I mean, why do you support someone who
All right, so you're
SAs
asking
women?
questions. You're not answering. Or you're out of here. Sorry to mute you. I just kick people here. Tickery, welcome up.
What's up, man? How you been?
Doing all right. Thanks for coming up. Fat waffles.
You notice right away.
Real quick, I just wanted to comment on the ignorant chick. That made no sense. How is it a pedo and also essayed women? Make up your mind if it was a woman or a child. That's all I needed to say. She sounded unintelligent and dumb as fuck.
Well, the point is to get his life taken down, and like they always prove themselves, they just can't control their own emotions. They're emotionally like hijacked. They can't even have decent conversations. Literally, they popped into this live and immediately started injecting their own personal themselves into the conversation between James and Asia. They can't help themselves. Like they're anyway.
Tracy, I would have allowed it if if it was just me, or if it was maybe inserting a starting point for a conversation, but it's completely irrelevant. So
Sweetheart, if I look slow, I have no clue what you look like. Honestly, that is probably why I'm married with a big ass rock on my hand with 2.5 acres and I don't have to do shit because I live that non-feminist life. I live that I live the traditional life. Let me correct myself. I serve my man as if he is a god in my home because he goes to work in 110 weather every day. By the way, I'm 32, happily married with 2 children. Explain to me how I look sad or slow.
W waffle.
Dylan,
Hooray!
Dylan, how many burner accounts do you have?
Nah, so I got banned. I got suspended on my other one.
Oh, interesting. Interesting.
You probably know why.
Well, I can have my ideas. Diletto, thanks for the follow. Waffles, thanks for the follow. And the roses. Appreciate it, man.
No problem. I'm gonna hop down. You let me know if you need me to correct any of these women on
This
what a
is my
traditional
guy,
wife
I
is.
appreciate the mother henship.
No,
Yeah,
I'm being
yeah.
serious, dude. It's because I came from
W waffles.
I came from that hood rat life, dude, and I knew straight out OnlyFans was not the way to go. I wanted my 2.5 acres. I wanted my brand new car for my birthday. I wanted the cow print vanity that I sit at and do my makeup at every day, and I wanted the Starbucks that I get every fucking morning by the man who opens my door. And if you want to sit there and run your miles up like you're a used ass car, watch when you're a 1990 unfucking wanted Impala, bro. And Impalas go forever. But nah, you gonna be sitting in a pick apart.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Miss Waffles. You're welcome back anytime.
Anyways.
Anytime you feel like you want to add to the conversation, you're welcome.
I love the
Oh yeah,
fast lane.
personality 5 loves these conversations.
Yeah. So in another
He's great.
lifetime, me and James were brothers, and in this lifetime, he is albino, but he's got an awesome look, you know, because he's got the waves and he's albino. And I wish I could look like this man.
Well, I mean, we're both white, technically.
Yeah, in another lifetime, me and this man was my brother.
So
Let me correct you real quick. We're all different shades of wheat. If you look up the different contrasts of wheat, everybody is a different shade of bread. We're
I'm
just
sorry
wheat.
to challenge you on that, but I am whiter than fucking Michael Jackson.
I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. Look up different
I'm not
shades
sure
of
if you're
wheat.
whiter
You
than
would
me.
fall on the spectrum.
No, I'm pretty much, well, yeah, I get like, I don't even tan. I burn and peel. Like that's what happens.
Yep, such
He
is
said,
life.
"I'm honky tonky white." All right,
So-
Waffles is out. She's done
So real
age
quick,
baiting
let's
the
let's
little
get back to
kids.
the combo. Asia, did you have any questions at all, or any? I know it's a lot. I know it's a freaking dumpster.
Asia was making.
Hold on, Dylan. Dylan, hold on, man.
Yeah.
Asia.
Oh, I think you were finishing your statement.
Well, all I can think about is Trump and his civil lawsuit now.
Yeah. You know what makes me laugh about that whole argument is that people don't even really understand what the civil burden of proof is. The 3 elements that they use to give them the libel, what is it, a verdict, I believe? Yeah, the jury gave him a libel verdict.
Mhm.
One, a picture that he took with his wife and E. Jean Carroll and her husband, completely innocent. Everybody was clothed. Trump has taken millions of photos of people all over the damn planet. That was what they used. Her story with a testimony of friends that she said, so basically a he said, she said, and they used the the A&E tape from the 90s of when he was talking about inappropriate behavior with these women as a pattern of behavior. Now, he didn't admit to having done this. He says, when you see these beautiful women, you can pretty much do anything to them. What Trump was touching on was that women do have a natural proclivity towards men who have status.
Oh, absolutely.
And
He's
so-
right. No, Rick,
He's
he's
100%.
right.
He's
If
100% right.
If we were Trump and we saw these women, we could do anything to them.
Well, I mean, look, I was never as rich as him, and I've definitely been in bands, and I've been in like situations where there was a little bit of status there. And women do act differently around you. They do. They
Oh,
just
absolutely.
fucking
They're
do.
all full of
So-
shit, bro.
Right. So my
don't
point
let
is
them
that
fool you with
those
this,
those
"Ah,
three
Oh,
Trump
Dylan, I
things.
wouldn't say all of them, but well, hold
Oh,
on.
Yeah, not all of
Let
them.
Tickery
But,
finish his
you know,
point.
But my point was that those 3 pieces of quote unquote evidence were used to render the verdict of libel for SA. By the way, they didn't actually prove anything, and they didn't actually find him guilty of it. They found him liable for denying that he knew her when there was a photo taken of her, which doesn't mean that he actually knew her, and her own account and testimony. That's it. Like, so literally, she made up a story for all we know. Other people agreed with her.
Yeah,
and
I don't think he did anything unhinged.
I need to look at the case.
It's pretty embarrassing what they considered evidence.
Yeah, I don't think he did anything. People just like to say that because they don't like Trump.
Sure. Yeah.
Which
and I can get it. He's a pig, dude. He's an absolute, like, you know, I'm not
Yeah,
gonna
he's
sit here and say
definitely a
that he's the most-
degen for sure. He's definitely
Yeah.
sleeping around a lot. I
Yeah.
wouldn't put that past Trump.
Well, yeah, sure. I mean, but that's exactly like all men with money and status and power and fame.
Yeah,
I mean,
probably
you
90% of men are going to be doing it for sure.
Yeah, it's hard not to. The temptation is definitely real.
Yeah.
So anti-feminists are jealous about what Trump has gotten away with. I don't know, Cascadian. You're the ultimate bad faith questioner.
Yeah, I stopped paying attention to that. He has 0 followers. He's not following anybody. He, she, whoever. They lost my
Cascadian, my good sir. Cascadian, are you a dude? I just reflect your methodology. I don't think I
like
wouldn't
when
consider
there's-
myself to be bad faith.
I like when there's black women that are named after Asia, the continent.
Are you black, Asia?
Yeah.
She is.
Oh, you know
And I
what?
mean, like, I'm telling
You know
you,
what,
dude, I
Asia,
checked
if I
out her
didn't see
profile.
her-
I
if
stalked
I
her
didn't-
profile. She's a cutie.
You sound white to me.
Oh.
You sound
You
like
sound
you sound like myself.
Yeah,
Yeah, because I wasn't looking at your
um,
picture this whole time. That's funny.
I don't think I'm white, guys. I'm illiterate is all.
Hey.
You're very good. Very good. I like that. I like that distinction that you made.
Did
That's
you
very
grow
good.
up? Did you grow up around black people?
I mean, yeah, just not
Chicago?
as I live in a diverse area.
Chicago. Okay, so then, interesting. I basically my elementary school and middle school was basically black and Hispanic. I don't know why I don't know why I speak like this and not like, you know how some of us, but I don't know why I don't know why I picked up this. Is it called okay, so Ticker, do you guys call it talking?
Yeah.
Do you guys, what do you call talking white?
No, so can I address something that you just said?
Mhm.
So when I was going to school, very young, basically my best friends were Jonathan Price, who was black, Alejandro Wilkins, who was Puerto Rican, and Randy Pasquale, who was Filipino. And then I had friends like Donald Rosa, who were white, but mostly hang out with those guys. And this is going to be a controversial take. When people say talking white for black people, I actually see the opposite. I would hang out with my buddy Antoine Bishop at his family's house and see how they spoke to each other inside the house and then out in public. And Jonathan Price, he had a single mom, how she spoke with him and how he spoke outside in public. I've been convinced, now this is not to offend anybody of the African descent.
Oh, it's unconscious.
I'm convinced that talking black is what they do. I don't think that they actually talk white. Now, I will say, I'll make an exception that culturally inside inner cities where it's really, really deep and especially in like low income areas, there's probably a lot of like natural black talk or ghetto talk. But for the most part, like
Rickery tickery talk.
All right,
The
well,
mouse went up the clock.
have you heard?
I think
have you heard of
I think
you ever seen that
the
dude?
what's
That
that?
video, that famous video, that white kid. He's eating some type of strange Kool-Aid dipped fruit, and he's like, "That'd be a guy, that'd be a tough." He's talking basically like how you would think a poor white would talk, either that way because he hangs around a lot of blacks, or because he's from like a hick town. So he's either gonna develop a hick accent. Usually, it seems to me
Yeah.
that
I think there's a
black
level.
is like
Listen, I think that there's a level of cultural performity that happens with that. I have some hillbilly friends too that are unapologetically like redneck, and the way that they talk, I'm like, dude, you're trying.
Okay.
Like you're trying. You know, like I've heard you speak normal. You know, so I don't know. Maybe it's my narrow-minded worldview, but from what I can gather, I think people put on a performative talk when they get around other people. That's my take on it.
Okay, and Go ahead,
From
Asia.
my like research from like linguistic stuff, it's like regional because of like migration patterns, and that's why we have all the different accents. And I know for like a lot of like the black scent in its like original essence is coming from like black people not being able to read, like not being allowed to read, from like slavery times. And I guess, and because you're hearing the words, and so it's kind of like it's like a parroting in a way, where you're not
Right.
pronouncing the words because you know how to say them, but you're pronouncing how you think you're hearing them.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's like how we get a lot of stylistic things. I think a lot of it also has to do with like, I mean,
Your voice is perfect, by the way.
All right,
Yeah.
let's not glaze her too hard. She's gonna get too confident.
I'm so confident.
So you
I
said,
know
what
you
was
are.
the last thing you're going to contribute it to?
But that's from like that's pre like segregation, because we know that like there were like Black Wall Street and stuff like that. So it's not that Black people haven't had the ability to read and learn and speak properly. I don't know what, I haven't looked into like the current reason, so I would have to research that. But I don't know like where the current black scent comes from. I think it's just people are not reading.
I think it just became a growing cultural phenomenon. The more people were able to communicate, it became more. Listen, I see young kids in like that are not African American or black or whichever one doesn't offend you, that speak in that sort of urban, vernacular, and like they live in the suburbs. It's just become a.
It's a way of endearment.
learned
It's a way of
behavior.
endearment. It's also a way of fitting in. It's a way to show cohesion amongst who you're speaking with. And have you guys ever heard of Thomas Sowell? I think he
famous
wrote a
economist.
book about how he believes that the black Ebonics comes from poor white people.
Yeah, it does.
During Reconstruction. And
During
and
Reconstruction,
antebellum.
Sarah?
So just being
black
freed and
redneck
then
white liberal.
being around whites that are southern and poor, they just kind of start to derive a lot of how you speak with how they speak as well. So I think that makes the most sense to me.
Yeah.
So there's some
He's a
people in
pretty
the
smart dude.
comments here. He said something interesting. I think it was Main Man. Main Man said something interesting. I've yet to see a woman in your comments arguing for feminism. Am I missing something? Well, it seems to be the home crowd at this moment. It can get not like this. See, it comes from your white Irish settlers, like my family. Yes. So the main, we're in agreement here. Appellation, to be exact.
Yeah, those damn filthy Irish settlers. Talking about my own background here, It's
No,
not
the reason
racist.
why I take a really big problem with feminism, Asia, is because of what I believe is done to the black community. My community. It's freaking, to me, it has the biggest effects there because there's less childhood developmental cohesion amongst the families. They tend to be broken up. So whatever the state and culture tends to dictate, they'll subscribe to it a lot easier than whites or Asians or Hispanic, because they just have more fathers in the home. So anything that's going to give the baby mama culture some type of pass and avoidance of accountability, it's just going to be latched onto for sure. A lot of black men are really partial to their moms, and a lot of them will not allow for any ridicule. Because, I mean, to be fair, a woman who steps up and does what's morally right, which is not in the life of her kids, even though things are vicarious with or unstable with her baby dad or husband, that's a noble thing, but that doesn't allow her to escape accountability. Carruthers.
What's up?
What's up, man? Are you over 18?
Yeah, 19.
What brings you up today?
Them waves are much spectacular.
Appreciate it, man. I didn't know you guys knew what that it was across the pond, man.
Across the pond, it's the internet. We do have the internet here.
Is your accent Irish?
In Northern Irish, aye.
Did you just say I?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool, man.
For the slang, yo.
You're not a feminist.
No.
Yeah. I could tell by the way we're talking.
Yeah. I'm not feminist at all.
You don't really seem that politically correct to me.
Well, okay. No, not at all.
So what is the scope? How much is feminism involved in the Irish culture, the Northern Irish culture?
Too much.
Where did it get its foothold?
Honestly, no idea. I don't know too much about Irish feminist.
Well, what gives you that impression
movements.
that there's a lot of feminism there?
I don't think there's too much in like general places. I feel like there's just too much in the Western kind of sphere in general.
Do you guys tend to be more liberal? How you guys civilly organize?
Oh, yeah. Ireland, anyway, is extremely liberal because they're like really against, let's say colonization, given that they were colonized for like 800 years.
Mm-hmm.
So they're like very liberal with everything. Like they're like one of the first countries to be supporting Palestine and stuff. So they're like very liberal when it comes to stuff like migration and just general kind of liberalness, I guess.
How does your welfare state treat single mothers?
Too good.
And that could be a foothold there.
They ain't homeless, bro.
Come again?
That's the problem.
What was the last thing you said?
That's a problem. They ain't homeless, bro.
I know it sounds crazy, but I think in order to combat feminism and single motherhoods, if you just stopped funding it, there would be a short-term pain, but it would lead to a long-term benefit. Does anybody have any disagreement with that?
I would say that on top of that, incentivize family structure. Re-incentivize, instead of giving subsidies or government assistance to people who divorce or don't marry their husbands, incentivize the people who do. That's kind of a better incentive, I think. Well, you could just go the other way with it, right?
Come again?
You could just go the other way of the Great Societies Act, which basically created the welfare state for especially, well, not only, but it's specifically affected Black women in America to rely on the government instead of a man, meaning that they got financial benefits for not being married, which is a complete, from my opinion, from my perspective, a complete intentional dismantlement of the nuclear family, which we all know, even Barack Obama said, leads to higher crime rate, dropping out of school, getting involved, being a repeat offender, more likely to get into drugs, more likely to end up dead, et cetera, et cetera. So if you incentivize it the other way, incentivize families of every race to stay married, to have a nuclear family, rather than relying on the state as single moms, I think that you would see a massive shift. I think that you would see a cultural rebirth.
Yeah, I can agree that if you incentivize it, but I also want to get rid of the moral hazard that's being
I would agree. That was an add-on to what you suggested.
Okay.
Not only stop funding it, but incentivize the other way.
You know what, guys? We apparently have too much of a home team here. Would you guys mind getting the likes up here? Perhaps we can get some engagement more, and then I can pop up on some of the feminist For You pages. Let's see if we can attract some of those here. I appreciate the likes. Can we get the likes up? Because I'm feeling like I need to practice my chops here. Hell, this is what I'm here for. I'm not just here to rage debate. These are my convictions here. I want to argue with some feminists, damn it.
Well, here, best of luck, James. I just came up to say the waves were looking spectacular.
Yeah, I
So,
appreciate it, Carruthers, man. You're welcome back up if you have any unpolitical or politically uncouth takes next time you're up.
good to know I'm welcome. And that's a follow.
All right, man. I appreciate the follow as well, Carruthers.
Yeah, of course.
I'll
Here,
see
have a
you
good night,
next
lad.
time. You as well.
Got you. Bye-bye.
Peace to you, sir. Let us get the likes up. Let's see who we can bring. Let's tell you a story. Let's tell you guys a story. You would be surprised the type of political views people have. There was a woman who I thought was she's very respectful. She waits to speak when she's addressed. She doesn't particularly butt into conversations. She handles herself with grace. I would have never guessed that she's an anti-natalist. It was a complete curveball, and she had a really elaborate position as well. Yeah, I would perceive her as a feminine lady, at least how she speaks. It doesn't mean just because you're feminine you have good positions. I just found it was interesting. And what I run on some feminists now is something that I learned from the Period Fairy. Not his real name, but his handle here. He's likely going to be more online, more live than I am. I tend to see him in the mornings, the Period Fairy. He tends to ask feminists questions regarding what do they view about their responsibility to reproduce the population. He'll ask them things such as, if it was you and another woman, or if they're a woman, another man, and you don't really like this man, heck, you think he might be an asshole, but if you guys didn't reproduce, society would cease to exist. If they usually say no, about 9 out of 10 times that I've seen him ask or that I've asked. And I find that interesting how they will let society collapse, the entire humankind cease to exist because they have an ick. They don't, if it means an ick or responsibility, they'll choose their icky feelings. But it's not just that hypothetical. It's also, you ask things like, if you meant that you got all of your bodily autonomy, but society ceased to exist such that it couldn't reproduce itself, would you think that would be a worthy goal? And they say, yeah. And I'm just like, do you realize your position becomes that much weaker because you're not really coming from a place of responsibility for the prosperity of society? It's really kind of like either eugenics or it's highly depopulative. It's very cynical. But anyways, hello there, madam. Perhaps I've summoned you through the ethers.
No, I mean, I was kind of a little bit busy, and I thought, okay,
Did you hear anything that was said in the last minute?
Something about like letting population, like about the Period Fairy.
So you woke up out of your coffin when you heard depopulation.
Perhaps like something like that. Yeah, I'm like,
What if he was a romantic guy and all he wanted to do was love you?
Well, obviously, that would have been baked into the hypothetical, but I mean, could have been, but if they have the ick, they just won't do it. But anyways,
If he just wants to love her.
well, loving doesn't mean anything if society ceases to exist, Dylan. You know?
He kind of has a cute laugh.
I'm gonna pause it,
know
but I
if
think it's
she's
bullshit,
offended.
dude. I really think that if women were in that position, their righteous feminist virtues that they claim to hold would fly out the window.
Yeah, I think
their survival would be
I
first and
agree.
foremost. Yeah,
I agree
think
with
it's
you,
easy.
Scott.
It's easy to hold that
When
like
it's
that
not the
position
case.
when,
in
when
public,
you're living in the
yeah.
luxury of Western society with everything taken care of for you. If you're literally struggling to survive, I think that there's a there's a more natural
Yeah.
proclivity
They
to
forget that they belong to us. We belong to them too, but in a
Right.
different kind of way, though. You know what I mean? Like not in some like fucking faggot shit. Like
Dylan, man. I
Come
gotta
on,
let you
man. Don't
down,
get his
Dylan.
life
It's
taken
freaking
down.
Dylan, man.
Don't get his life taken down, man.
All
Come
right,
on.
Dylan. This is good having you up, man. I'll see you in the next 24 hours or so. Freaking Dylan, man. Damn,
I'm gonna have to
living
run,
Molotov
James, but I'm
cocktail.
gonna try to come back a bit later, bro.
All right, Tickery. See you
in a
next.
bit, bro.
See you in a little.
Can I say something, James?
Yeah.
I just heard something really interesting. They said the comforts of Western societies. That is really interesting take because, yeah, we do have, like in the West, a lot of Western countries, it's comfort. But I think you would agree with me that that comfort comes with a price, like a hefty price, right? Where it's to the point that a lot of people are just disconnected from their society and they don't know how things work, how things are. Like if you look even in the school system, they don't even teach, right? I mean, once upon a time, they used to teach home ec, right?
Mm-hmm.
They used to teach, a lot of like wood shop. That's no more, and that's sad. Like, I mean, we're so disconnected. People, I mean, how many young people can sew, right? Like sew a button. Like, I mean, there's just, I feel like we lost a lot by this comfort and convenience, mind you. Is it good? Sure, yeah, in the short term, but it comes with a hefty price of having basically a dull population who don't know anything. And
Yeah,
that's
we're
tragic.
definitely spiritually, economic. We're neutered in a lot of ways.
Yes.
Well, oftentimes this necessity built better people due to the environmental factors like hardship or, well, at least family. There's less individuality by necessity. Now that people have the freedom to do what they want. I do think feminism, which I will always bring it back to, it really teaches the rejection of any type of responsibility and the pursuit of autonomy, which is really, when you think about it, how it looks like effectually is liberty to its highest pursuit. Teaching actuality as a virtue, like I just want to become whatever it is, whether it's someone who works 40 hours for HR for a job that does not care at all about me, whether it is pursuing a OF career. There's no limit. So long as it doesn't harm anyone, it's it really leads to decay, because so long as it doesn't harm anyone is the lie that's baked in. You can't tell who it hurts in the long run. You can't tell who it affects. It's like cigarettes. You might have an elation or a benefit, but it's probably a bit more subtle. Like there's something that you could do, perhaps carbon monoxide poisoning or mold, that you could have in your home and you don't even realize you're being completely affected by and you're experiencing symptoms of, but you can't diagnose it, or you haven't diagnosed it, you haven't searched for it, so you just experience now its long-term effects. That's how I view a lot of degeneracy or really selfish thinkings and lack of responsibility to your fellow man. We tend to reject who it can affect, who might see it, who it might hurt, who it might manipulate, just so that I can do whatever I want. And doing whatever you want, being selfish, it does harm others. It often does. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you segued into like the social morality, social cohesion, I guess. You touched on that. That's, yeah, but definitely, yeah, in a way. But I feel in a way, your society will, like, I mean, most Western societies, the horse has left the barn like long time ago.
But you're
right?
saying it's too late. What gives you that judgment? Why do you conclude that?
Because look at it this way, even before you talk about feminism, right? There is this individuality, and that has been the core of the Western societies, right? It has been. And they say the individual is the sovereign, right? So that's, I think, the problem you outline now, right? Everybody is thinking of themselves, right? I'll do whatever I want. That's where the genesis of that is coming from. The individual is sovereign, right?
Okay.
And even, are you familiar with Jordan Peterson by any chance?
Yes, I am.
Okay. He talks about this, and he was, saying this couple of years back, when, he was fighting against compelled speech.
Mm-hmm.
And this was one of the things he said. It's and I find it so ironic, he's saying the individual is the sovereign. You can't, we've never had anything like this in the Western world, basically since, the Magna Carta. But the thing is, then he went on to say, when he was talking about something called enforced monogamy, and basically same thing you were saying, like, that we should push society in such a way, away from immorality, basically, towards more of a monogamous, like we should push for that monogamous society. It's very ironic. At one point you're saying the individual is the sovereign, right? There's that confusion. Now contrast that with, like, if you go to like some countries in the East, particularly the East, there is none of this, right?
Mm-hmm.
So either you have freedom all the way, or you curtail the freedom in favor of a moral, just society. Which is it? I mean, we're trying to have our cake and eat it too.
Yeah.
I feel like in the West, and it's just, I mean, can it work? Sure, maybe, but then you're gonna have a society that's imbalanced, right? Up is down is up, so on and so forth. So you have to examine, I think, like, and also it's exasperated further by a very multicultural society. Everybody is coming from a different background.
Yeah.
Right? If you at least, like, for example, I'll give you just a quick example, like the Nordic countries, even though they're somewhat
homogeneous.
They are, for the most part. They have they have some immigrants there too, but for the most part, they're homogeneous, and some places even very homogeneous. Like you go to some places, it's just Finnish people or it's just Danish people, for example, and you do see that homogeneity, not just on the surface. I mean, there's a cultural understanding between neighbors, between the representative, like the political representative member of their parliament. There is an understanding that's absent for the most part in places like the UK, places like the US, Canada. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
At least you got to have at some front a cohesion of some sort. Like the society is together. But there isn't, and that's where, like, places like the Middle East, everyone is together. Like, it's just they're heading in one direction.
They have a shared culture or religion to varying degrees. Yeah, I can agree with that. XXI Shinton, I think, maybe Shinton 30. Thanks for the sharing. Could we please get these likes up to? Could we do 6K, guys? Could we get the likes up? So I think you bring up a good point. I appreciate the likes, guys. Let's try and get some more feminists, because Mestia is a rather tame feminist. I would call you. I don't want to insult you, ma'am.
I appreciate it.
Would you call yourself a feminist?
The thing is, like, I think I explained before, it depends who's listening to me, because I go to anti-feminist. Wait, let me explain. I go to anti-feminist panels and feminist panels. I would say neither like me, my opinion, on certain topics, but more so, I would say the feminists dislike me the most. And I'm not even derogatory at all, like to them, or patronizing or anything of that sort.
That could just be the Overton window, though.
Sorry?
That could just be the Overton window. The fact that they're becoming more radical, and you might have
Possible.
had takes that they might have agreed with 10 years ago.
And not even 10 years ago. The thing is, like, also, I can't say I'm a feminist because that is coming from a particular culture. Like, I couldn't tell you what feminist, I have an idea of what the definition is, but I couldn't tell you, like, what is the, like, if you started asking me about who is this person, or in this year, or that, or
We would have to start. We would have to start with the feminist. We would have to start with the waves and see which ones you can agree with.
No, but I mean, like, I agree with human rights.
Okay.
Like, right?
Yeah,
I'm
but that's
not
like
sure.
that's a product of the Enlightenment. It's like liberal. So I mean, human
Classical.
rights. Okay, but is that an egalitarian perspective? Should they
I
be
would say
applied
I'm-
in an egalitarian lens?
Well, I mean, it's such a complex society. I've thought about this, but like, how do you, like, I would say more like between the genders, or you know, men and women, like, just like the thing is, you have to understand, I'm coming from a background where I haven't grown up or seen women from my background, like, being at odds with men, or men being at odds with women. Right? That is absent from my background, like
So you
from
don't
my
see a
childhood.
need, or you just don't identify? What is it?
I just don't see any men and like, I haven't seen men and women in conflict outside of, like, we're here in North America, and for the last little while, I haven't seen. And
But did you not say you're from the state that begins, or did you not say you're from a place that starts with an E? I'm not talking about a
E?
certain northern country. I'm talking about an origin place.
no, I never actually said here. I never actually said.
E.
No,
Are you
I
not,
never actually.
Does not your ethnicity start with
E? Or
yeah?
no, I've never said it actually. I would know.
You sound Middle Eastern to me. I thought we had
I'm
a
not.
conversation.
I'm not Middle Eastern.
Are you
actually.
Moroccan?
No.
Are you black?
What is it like? The thing is,
I'm
it's
just
best
trying
if
to
you
get.
don't.
Okay, well,
I
I'm
know,
just trying
but
to. Okay, well, how about
yeah.
this? Does your country currently have an Islamic state?
No,
What about the country you come from?
no. But the thing is, the reason why I don't say it is because you want to keep it open so that people don't have like any ideas, right? And it's a human person, like when you're born, a child is born into this, whether it's in India, US, Norway, South Africa, you're born, right? You don't have control over that. And the thing is, when you are basically, most people fall, I think, to their like environment, unfortunately, right? But there are some people who actually try their hardest and who
Try their hardest to
overcome that.
To overcome that. Yeah, but you cannot help through osmosis what attaches to you, the culture. It's so ubiquitous in how people live and how you live. You could even practice ideologies that you're not even aware that you're doing, right? Similar to me, I'm from America. I'm going to take perhaps a liberal, just like a liberalist, a classical liberal at least. Even if I'm a conservative, I'll take a classical liberal position on a lot of things, perhaps. And I might not even know it. So I'm just trying to gauge what seeped into your line of thinking. Not for ridicule, but just so I can
I'll tell you.
gauge.
I'll tell you exactly where I learned. So this is a lot of, I had to unlearn what I knew, my biases. And this is a special thought of like school that I found. And I had to basically start from square one, meaning I questioned myself question everything I'm doing. Why am I doing? Right?
This sounds liberal.
No. Actually,
This sounds like a
liberals
liberal
don't.
place.
No, because the liberal does. Okay, well, I'll tell you. The liberal, they go in hordes, right? And when you see liberal or conservative, for me, I see the same coin, just different sides.
Who's
And
got
it's
more
just
group?
like
Who's got more groupthink?
liberals, I would say.
All right. Well, at least we can agree with that.
Yes.
But
But
you're
the
not.
thing
So
is,
you're
like,
not a liberal right now.
the closest I would. Okay, so I will tell you. Okay, I should.
Ayn Rand. Do
I'm
you like
cons-
Ayn Rand? Okay, I'll shut up. Go ahead.
No, I like. Yeah, I liked some. I saw an interview of her, and I actually she resonated with me. Some of the things she was saying. But the thing is, like, I was, and still am. I guess I'm a hardliner. Like when it comes, do you know what that is?
You won't budge on certain issues.
Yes, I hold a very what would be considered in your society extreme, I would think, right? So, and I'm like
Well,
the
not
and
extreme.
yes,
No, you
because
just
you
have
guys
an
don't. You
entrenched
have,
position. You have an entrenched position
the
on certain.
mildest. So the mild version of that would be like I'm conservative on mostly politically when you ask me.
Economically,
So
right? As well.
yes, yes, definitely, absolutely. But like I have like, for example, like, and this is the first time I'm actually telling someone I've never voted liberal. Like, I know you're gonna be so shocked. I've never voted liberal ever in my life.
Oh, Asia, thanks for coming up. Sorry, I didn't see your chat. Dang it. Yeah. So, what I would say. Well, what about culturally? You don't like religions. You don't like a religious state, right?
No, because in today, 2026, I don't even think that's possible. Like,
What do
right?
you
Like, and
really?
unless
I
you're,
mean, Russia has their thing going on. They
it's
have
just it's
EO
loose.
or Russian Orthodox. I mean, well, it's not where America's at. I mean, they have a church and a state. They have a state church. Is it liberalized? Yeah, but compared to what we have in America, at least they don't have gay marriage over there. So I'm saying, I mean, they're enforcing some type of morality, not as much as Iran would be doing, right? But they would be more than what we're doing.
Yeah, but it's, there was a film I watched, and that just really summarized, to an extent, Russia and the religion, which was it was called the Ark of something like this. The Ark, but it really summarized, and I would like, this is like, basically I would consider them like they're mafia, like basically in ropes, right, and with a cross. So I'm not a fan of anything to do with Russian.
Okay. Well, then let me try and see where we can perhaps disagree on some feminist positions to bring it to the prompt.
Okay.
I mean, we already went over last time about voting and all that. So I would. Are you? Do you find appealing any intersectional arguments from feminists?
To be honest, I don't even know what. Like, I've heard them talk about intersectional stuff,
Sounds
but
like
I don't
a buzzword
still.
at this point, right? Or just
Yeah, like
completely
I don't
unclear.
even know. That's why I can never say this. Like intersectional. I think it's something to do with the different ethnic groups, language groups, something like this.
Yeah, let's see. It's basically how they view. They want to shine light on acknowledging certain groups of people of color. People of color. They've neutered so many terms at this point. Being called a person of color, it's a bit insulting. Well, I have no color, but Hobbs, thanks for the follow. So, excuse me. When it comes to, they tend to want to shed light and acknowledge a lot of the work that wasn't done for many groups of women, not just women at large. They want to section it off, they want to have sections in the female experience in order to really cast light on different groups of people who are marginalized. This would be Native American women, different than blacks, different than disabled, different than gay, different than white. And they tend to be basically anti-racist, racist against white women. So white women and intersectional feminism really, they're damn near the second patriarchy. They're the ones who are like getting all of the rights and experiencing all those. And the marginalized, the whites, the Navajo, the freaking Choctaw, or whatever, the smaller the group, likely the more oppressed. If you're disabled and you're black and you're gay and you're a woman, you got four marginalization points that bring you up of higher importance in the hierarchy. They wouldn't say this, but this is how it actually is. So I'll look up the term. A framework that examines how overlapping social identities such as race, gender, class, sexuality, and disability combine to create unique systems of discrimination or privilege. So it tends to render experiences and history. These are my words now. It tends to render experiences and history varying of uniqueness, and the more identity modifiers you have, the more we should really take you serious or something. It's really peculiar.
But I have all this you said is just, it might as well be in another language.
It is almost a foreign language. It sounds almost like, yeah. So obviously you're not intersectional feminist. So then here would be the third wave.
What is the third wave?
All right, guys, everybody pay attention. For all the 12, 11, 9 people in here, we're going to be going over the waves of feminism. So I can't show you guys what I'm looking at because I got suspended for doing that last time. I can't show you guys the terms. But let me just look up third wave because I just explained to you the fourth. So third wave is a movement that began in the early 1990s characterized by, oh wait, I'm incorrect. This is the third wave. The fourth wave is more about how I just described to you the third wave. The fourth wave is kind of a continuation of that, but also on activism around sexual violence, as well as digital activism. So let me just summarize the third wave. Third wave is a movement that began in the 1990s, characterized by intersectionality, individualism, and sex positivity. So key themes would be inclusivity. This is intersectionalism again. Reclamation and expression, embraced by girl power or girly feminism, rejecting the idea that traditional femininity or sexuality must be downplayed to achieve professional or political equality. So you would see figures like Megan Thee Stallion, Madonna, Britney Spears, these type of women being paraded or acknowledged for their sexuality and using that as some type of empowerment. So do you ascribe with that at all?
No, I don't know. Again, those stuff, the thing is, me, I'll just summarize this simply. I don't feel the need to compete with a man to say okay, I to make sure I'm always, and that's what I see a lot of feminists do. They will be there is a man and they're always referencing back to the man, and competing with that said man. It's my head hurts. No, but I just, okay, wherever in the world I am, I do not want someone standing in my way telling me you cannot get, for example, into this profession because you're a woman.
Second wave.
Maybe, okay. So I don't want that, or I don't want someone saying, okay, you can't do this. By law, you have been prohibited from doing this because you're a woman.
Okay, so then that would mainly be a part of first wave, but mainly second wave, a period of intense feminist activity that began in the 1960s and focused on workplace equality, reproductive rights, and challenging traditional gender roles. So
but even I don't think I want to
You don't want to.
challenging that gender. Like
You don't want to
if
challenge gender roles. You just like workplace equality. So
not only that, but like as in a society, right? Like I want to, if a woman wants to, I would want that for a woman. Like if or anyone, you want to participate in such like the society that you live in, you should be able to do that without being like. I'll give you an example. Something I was told was like by a lady who actually lived through this. She said it was a couple of years ago. She said during World War II, which is where the time that she was a young lady, that if when you got what was it when you got pregnant? Sorry, when you got pregnant, the job automatically gave you the pink slip. You know, out you went. That was just the way it was.
I'm so green.
all right, Colin. Already disrupting the live. Too late for it. It's too late in the night for that. Messia, continue.
So, and that's what she told me. So basically, when you got pregnant as a woman, you were shown the door, basically. Before her mother's generation, which was World War I, around that time, she said, as soon as you got married, you were also shown the door. Like, I don't think that is right. Like, that kind of stuff I'm against.
You know what? All right. That seems fun. I'll take the negative position. Because I tend to disagree, at least with the first example you brought up. Because in reality, the only way they could really push this equality is by discriminating against this behavior. So let's just say I'm a company and I notice that someone's pregnant, in a hypothetical, and I want to say, okay, that means she's in 9 months. This is basically a ticking time bomb. She's going to have a kid. She's going to start taking less time off or more time off work. She's going to have a valid excuse to want to leave work earlier. This might involve more trips to the hospital, visits with her son or daughter. And generally, as women behaviorally act, wanting to take more of wanting to be more present in their offspring's life. So there's going to be a period of time where she's going to be effectually less productive, at least for like, out of those 9 months, how many months would you say, or how much time would you say she's unproductive?
When she becomes a mother.
Well, there's also sonograms. There's also contractions that she has to deal with. Is particularly closer to the later stages.
Oh, when she's
There's
pregnant.
also visits she has to do to check on and all that. I mean, so I guess she could save up sick days, right?
Yeah, so the thing, what I'm looking at it from when I see such person, they should, in my opinion, right, like they should be accommodated, right?
Should be.
Well, I mean, the thing is, you want, what I'm looking at it from like more of a macro level. And if we discriminate and say, okay, as soon as you're pregnant, we find out you're pregnant, you're out. What is a society? Does a society like that look like?
And
is it okay?
So King Zeno says, and if she has one kid, she'll probably have 1 to 4 more over the next few years. Back then, at least. Go ahead, Mestia. I wanted to involve some of the chat just so they don't feel left out.
For sure.
So you were saying, it tends to. Oh, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No. Thank you. So I wouldn't want this. Rather, we can encourage them more, maybe to dial down. Like the society could be in such a way that they don't have to work full time. We should build a society where they should not have to be working full time, right? Because that is just like you're saying, okay, well now you're a mother. Because the thing is, like, that denigrates the role. You're saying, okay, it does, because you're saying, okay, you're a mother. That means, you're no longer functioning part of society. Go home. Because when you give them the pink slip, what does it tell them? Go home.
That sounds like fired, right?
Sorry?
Pink slip means the way that was communicated to me, that sounds like someone's fired.
Yeah, fire. That's what used to happen.
Pink
actually.
slip, okay. King
Yeah, so-
Xenos, thanks for the confetti and the Go Popular. Appreciate it. So there's two things you're explaining. The first is a woman's basically denigrated because she can no longer work. And the second thing is what we should do. I think what should be done wasn't necessarily really fully fleshed out because I don't know if the consequences are really considered. When you say should, what's implied in reality is not what we should do. It's what we're going to make the government force others to do, right? Because that's how we enforce morality here.
Yeah, I mean, we are already a welfare state.
Right, so
Right,
why not
I mean,
just
but
add
if
on
we-
another type of welfare?
It's already there. But what I'm saying, like, if we were to talk, like, that's toughy to go back to time and that time, because there wasn't that much of a welfare state. So I could see from the point of view of like the man, right? And for a long time, I was such that even today, right? I was against maternity leave.
You were.
I
So
thought-
this happened now. When did?
because like the thing is like I mean I'm thinking, okay, if I'm against, then what happens?
Don't you
Right,
want the
like, if
birth
you-
rate to go down?
Yeah, I mean, but okay.
Well, then why you should be on my side then?
Oh no, wait. I'm not like saying okay you got me there, but like the thing is I don't want to the thing is I have my own personal beliefs. I don't want to force it on others, right? I don't go around with like espousing my beliefs, right? And saying I just question the people. Like if you already had the kid, or having the kid, it's too late for me to talk to you, right? It's the people who are on the fence that I'm addressing.
This is usually sympathize with, or usually feel a need for them to have this service for.
Sorry, again, please.
You're referencing people who don't have kids yet because the cat's not already out the bag. Why are
Exactly,
you
they're
referencing
on
them?
the fence.
King, before
those-
you answer that, King Xenos says they didn't hold jobs for men who went to war either. I mean, I would think maybe somebody was able to keep their job. Probably like somebody was able to keep their job if they're a woman. But go ahead.
Women, like in that time, no, like it was once you got married, it was just out you went, right? The thing is, like even like imagine you're a woman, let's say you can't even have kids, let's say, and you're shown the door because you got married. That is just, it's not a. Can you imagine that, like living in such society that you're openly discriminating, and there isn't, like, what are you giving them in return? Like
You're giving them. They're giving them the ability to stay at home with their kids and focus on the child as opposed to working for us. So when you type in discrimination, the unfair or unequal treatment of a person group based on specific traits such as race, gender, or age. Well, I don't know if this is really something. I know it's akin to a woman's age or her gender, but it's not like all women have to be pregnant. So it's kind of different than that. Is it unfair? I would tend to disagree because think about it from the. Okay, so you mean to tell me in what other situation do we put employees on ice such that they have a guaranteed job when they come back and we pay them for an allotted amount of time? When does this happen? Because to me, this sounds fair. If a person is going to be unproductive for 3 to 4 months out of this entire time, and they're going to be less productive consequently after, this sounds like baked in failure that you would usually weed out normally that you would do with another human being. If you're less productive, I'm gonna put you on a cap, and if you don't perform, you're getting cut. You're saying I need to expect this and pay you for it? That is counterintuitive. Doesn't that sound counterintuitive to you?
No, because
Okay. Well, before you answer that, let me just welcome up the next Eric.
How are you doing?
Doing all right, Eric. How's it going today?
Yeah, I'm good. I can't lie. I just joined to say like, yo, bro. I can't lie. That cut is crispy, bro. Like I need a line up there.
I need to get a lineup, but I just don't like doing a lineup, man. I like my Denzel line, my hairline. But I appreciate the comment, man. Appreciate it.
Nah, just wanted to say, love to see it.
All right,
Love to see
peace,
that
peace,
Fed Cup, bro.
and peace from America. I think you might be in the UK.
Oh yeah. I get that a lot. I'm basically British, yes.
Peace to you, man. Thanks for coming up.
For sure. Okay, I'm gonna come down from down.
All right, man.
For sure.
All right. So Messia, when it comes to this is not a unfair. How is this unfair if I'm the one who has to pay for it? Can you explain to me how it's unfair? I have to pay for a person who I know is going to be less productive. I need to pay for that entire time when they're absent as well. And I need to guarantee them a job or else they can well, let's just start with that. How is that fair? How is what I'm doing unfair?
So, okay, I think we were talking past each other because the example I gave was, first scenario, woman gets married. As soon as she's married, she's fired. That was actually legal. It was actually legal, right? An employer could do that actually to a woman.
But yeah, it's because there was a societal expectation on the men to provide for their women. That was a societal ubiquitous culture. That doesn't sound unfair to me. Before you answer that, King Zeno says, if anything, we should make incentives for her to stay home, not go back to work. I mean, I would agree with that, but that would be
welfare.
we would go into another topic. So I'm explaining to you how it sounds fair to me that if the husband is now expected to fully provide for her, that was why. Because there were also cultural and legal enforcement mechanisms that if a man didn't pay for his wife, he got culturally shamed, especially in his local area. And I think there were also legal punishments for him as well.
But by this time, right, like there was, because you're looking at it like different people, how they lived. And if you look at much of history, women were working as well, right?
Until they got married and were expected to be under their husband's wing, kept up.
Well, it was all kinds of discrimination that was like in place.
And how is that discriminating? Because yet there was discriminate. I don't grant that term. Discrimination implies unfair. I'm explaining to a society that sounds fair to me. We also have to realize we're looking at it from our perspective of moral judgment into the past, not how they collectively view morality. I think it sounds a bit revisionist, Mestia.
Okay, so then in that case, like if a woman, we can say because you're a woman, right, and you can't, you got married, you can't, you cannot be here. Can we tell to someone who's black, then you can't, because you're black, you can't be doing this?
No, but the difference is here's the symmetry breaker here. Symmetry breaker is I didn't decide to be black. Well, I'm white, but
well, she didn't decide to be a woman either.
She decided to get married.
She decided
women who don't get married, by even your example, the women who don't get married can stay in the workplace and gallivant throughout all the halls of her workplace and collect as many lanyards of achievement as she wants.
Also, do you know why they were doing that practice? Like, it was the height of that practice was during the Great Depression, and it was because there was very scarce few jobs, right? And they were so they had all kinds of programs designed to make sure every family unit at least had one job to protect themselves. So when a man and woman would get married, instead of two people having jobs, one of the ways to open up a role was to make sure they actually would have the woman stop working to make sure that there was a job for someone else.
So that sounds even more.
Yeah.
That sounds even more reasonable now, and that sounds like a rationing system to really spread some type of cultural egalitarianism. That sounds pretty reasonable to me. Desensitized, thanks for the follow. Messia, what do you think about that?
Well, okay, so James, because when the second scenario, I would have an issue where the women got pregnant, and when she got pregnant, she was shown out. But just getting married, right? Like I could see an employer in that times making the rationale, you're going to have a child, so you might as well just give up your job now. But the first one, as soon as she got married, you're now married woman, right? It was bye-bye, right? And you're basically saying to this person, and because you're a woman, you got married, right? Now you can just stay home. You're
That wasn't the
assuming
rationale, though.
that's an
It wasn't.
assumption.
It wasn't to punish
Can I
women
just
for being
finish?
women, right?
So, well,
Well, Messia, pause for a second, guys. I think we're having a good conversation here, guys, in the chat. What do you guys think? You guys want to bring the likes up to 6,500? I mean, hell, we're talking. I'm taking the position to discriminate in the workplace. That sounds like a pretty entertaining. Anyways, Messia, continue.
yeah, it is actually. It's gonna probably, it's jumping up.
Right now you haven't convinced me, and it seems like the more I talk about it, the more I'm like, you know what, Mestia, I want to thank you for helping me realize another form of stupid feminist welfare. I want to thank you for that. But continue.
I was on the other side of this too, but I'm getting really convinced now. Just a little bit of research.
And segregation says player one. Not yet. Not yet. We might get there. Who knows? All right, go ahead, Bestia.
But the thing is, like, by the definition of discrimination, if because the thing is, societies as they go along, they modernize, they become, they develop, they evolve, right? You cannot say because of, and by the definition of discrimination, it's race, age, gender. Why should you, let's say I'm an employer, why are you I'm going to say you are of an age, let's say, the age of retirement is 65. You turn 63. I'm like, I don't want to get out. Why can't I do that? Like, I should be able to do that. The thing is, like, you're not looking at the other side of the
you can't choose to age. I can choose to not get married. I can choose that.
Yeah, but the man is also choosing, though. Man is also choosing.
Yeah, but the man, okay, well, how come no one's not complaining that you would have to,
but
there
why?
was there were equal things on both. The woman couldn't work, and the man had to provide. And if he didn't, there were harsher punishments on him than there were now. There were harsher punishments on the man in our society, in America, for not providing for his wife than there are now.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But what I'm saying is, why did we get rid of this law?
Because probably just women complained, one, or the government or some socialist or liberal just found a way to get into our society. I don't want to veer too far off, but if you look at a lot of the manifestos, whether it be socialists or communists, having an egalitarian workplace was one of the ways. Is because it's a way to entrench governmental regulation. What it does is it creates a type of bureaucracy there. So I can even take this as to why this is not effectual as far as economics. But when you bring up discrimination, you have to understand you're talking about two different things. I have to accept two different things. First is how I render the term discrimination, because I'm already explaining to you how it's unfair, and you haven't really pushed back at how it's unfair. I'm explaining to you how it seems to be fair to me, but you keep repeating the thing. And the last thing I'll say, outside of you just asserting that it's unfair because these scenarios. The second thing is, when you talk about discrimination and what we deem as discrimination, remember, this is a system of morality where we collectively say a thing is. It's basically by fiat. So it might be legally defined that way, but is it really? Just because a group of people, 51% at least, over the other 49 decided, or maybe even worse than that, some people got together on Christmas Eve in the Senate and just passed a law. Like, when you're talking about this type of discrimination and how we're rendering it, I don't think your definition holds, because on one, we disagree on the objective definition, and I'm also taking issue with the subjective way we're rendering it by government decree. Does that make sense?
Sure. But the thing is, the definition of, you read it, right? The definition of discrimination. And in this situation, it applies only to one person. Just like if you were to just take a person of that group of that religion, or a group of like people of like that ethnicity, right? You're applying it to one group and saying it, you're not allowed to do this. You know, you can't do this.
Well, no one is
Or-
saying that you can't. That's just some. Okay, there's a difference between
preventing.
people doing it, as in collectively, because like you might have an argument if you could find a law that said if you're pregnant you can't work. But if
There
this
was
is just
actually, it was a law. It was entrenched in the law.
all right, well, let's see here.
Because an
You
employer would
can't work. You're just saying you're allowed to. Companies allowed to let you go because of it. So allowed to and have to.
Okay, so the law, James, the law protected basically the employer. Right now, today, if I decide, if I say to an, like I'm an employer, I say to a woman, I see you're pregnant, or you got married, right? You know, here's your pink slip, you're fired. Do you think that's gonna fly? No, it's not gonna fly, and that they're gonna win against.
Perhaps are you saying, Mestia, that there were some type of legal protection such that if people did do this, they would be able to without getting sued? Is that what you're saying?
Or any repercussion? They didn't face any repercussion. That was it. You just had to take your pink slip and just go. That's it.
All right. So
by the way, there was part of the reason, right, is that there at one point we were trying to solve collectively like what's the best for the social good, not just what was most fair for the individual. Right. And so if you go especially back to the Great Depression, right, that's when they started implementing the, at that time, like the Social Security. One of the incentives there was to get older workers out of the workforce to create opportunities for younger people. The other thing, right, was making sure that there wasn't, if there were two people, in other words, they got married and they were both working, that the woman would stop working. Also to make sure that there were more jobs, right? There was an idea then of like, we need to make sure it's in our incentive that young men, right, are getting jobs and careers and being successful, because by them not having opportunities, and there was a growing class of young men without careers and jobs, they recognized that that was dangerous for society in general. And by the way, that's what we're having again now.
Oof.
But we don't look at things as collective good anymore. We only talk about what's fair for the individual.
No, Mestia, before you respond to that, if you could just hold that thought as one of the.
For sure.
It's good. It's a good day. Thanks for following the live, or for sharing, or thanks for following. A good day. Appreciate it. Secret Psychology says, "What is this woman even talking about?" And he says, "What do you mean by?" Oh, so we're right now. What's being discussed, Secret, is whether or not we should discriminate against women who are pregnant or who get married, and is the workplace discrimination, is it really discrimination? Because I contend with, I'm not granting the definition at this point. I appreciate the likes, guys. Right now, we're discussing something that in reality, if my employer heard this, they might take issue with what I'm saying. But it makes a lot of sense to me at this point. It isn't discrimination, says Secret Psychology. Let's hear your biggest. Pregnant chicks aren't utile? Utile? What is util? What does that mean, Master?
Useful is, I think, what they're trying to say.
So like utility?
I would never say that. I would say women who are pregnant are definitely useful. They're probably more useful giving birth, not waddling around in the damn office. They're probably.
But James, if they're useful, then why are you denying what they want? Like, I mean, the thing is like,
because
okay,
you can't have two things at the same time. It's like that's the thing with women. It's like, why do you need to have? I know this is a complete contention. I'll just whine for 1 second. Okay. It's just like women always want two things. They always want to have the cost of one, but none of the negative effects of another. They always want to subsidize the cost for men at large. It's like, oh my gosh, it's so damn spoiled at this point. If you decide to have a child, that's not an immutable characteristic. You might have a proclivity to want to get married. You might have a proclivity to want to have children, but that doesn't mean it's an immutable trait. It's like it's avoiding accountability again. Like if you want to have the authority of being a mother, you need to be responsible for what comes with it. Like people don't want to hire your ass anymore because you're going to be on your back. So how is this unfair? Explain to me, please. But before you do, I know I keep pausing you.
No, it's okay.
Chanel.
Hello.
Hello, Chanel. What do you think about this?
The conversation.
Yeah. How does this make you feel?
I came in really late. All I
Yeah, but I
heard
said something
was a pregnant
inflammatory at this
lady
point.
waddling around somewhere,
Ugh.
and then something about unmutable characteristics. I mean, if you could like break down
Look,
like
we
into
shouldn't
like
be.
small
Look, ain't no,
bits.
ain't should they should there should not be no damn legally enforced maternity leave. There shouldn't be. We should be discriminating. Now, I say discriminating the term very loosely because I don't think that's discrimination. I don't think it's fair for women to want to, by law, be protected if they want to have as many kids as they want, and the employer just needs to sit there looking at a dusty ass desk and work that's not getting done. That doesn't sound fair to me.
But I would say it's more of a net positive for like the economy though.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, because if you're looking at it like this, the woman is potentially just making another worker for maybe even the same company that she's working at.
Whoa.
And usually like maternity leave is no more than like 9 weeks.
Yeah, but that's still an expense for the employer, right? And it's also creating a barrier of entry for other companies that are not going to be created because they know they can't afford maternity leave, right? Because you could be brought into bankruptcy through being fined, or your business practice can be revoked by license if you're doing things that they deem are not correct. So if you know, let's just say I have a company that can cure menstrual bleeding. But I can't afford to hire women who are not working that I have to guarantee a job back. So I'm just not going to create this product now. You see what you're doing on the unseen cost?
Yeah, but if we're like putting it into like today's eyes, it wouldn't necessarily, it would be like one woman out because the birth rate is so low that you don't really have to worry about things like that as an employer.
What you mean,
Like,
Chanel? What you mean you ain't got to worry about it?
No, but like if let's just say like there's 20 women at a company.
Well, hold on before you say
More than
that.
likely they're
Before you say that, you said there's 20 women. Hold that thought. Let's just say there's 20 women at a company. Hold on a second. I just want to not introduce, but just acknowledge some people in the chat.
Okay.
Mary Jean, thanks for the follow. Or is that only single women? James, you clearly haven't read up on maternity leave. Look, all I know is it's required by law to some extent, such that you'll be sued if you don't do this. You can be open for a very, very expensive lawsuit if you even hint at what I'm talking about. Hell, they might even bring back my old videos on TikTok Live of me talking about this in court. So what you mean there? I don't know what I'm talking about. So anyways, so let's just say there's 20 people. Chanel.
Yeah, if we're bringing it in today's society, it'll maybe be like one woman out for 9 weeks out of 1 year, and then usually working single women have maybe one child, and then they're like one and done. And then if you're looking at it like it would be kind of a positive to like the GDP and the rest of society for her to have this child because it creates another worker.
I would be very curious of that data, Miss Chanel, because there's many.
That's very funny.
There isn't like women aren't working, especially working women. They're not pushing out a lot of babies. It's not like a woman is having like
Could it be
popping
because
out a bunch of kids.
Could it be because she's using birth control to control like when she has kids, and it's difficult to
Yeah,
go
of
in and
course.
off and on of that stuff, and there's a lot of reasons why she's not having babies, right? It might not just be
Yeah.
an economic reason, or because like
And when we decided that we had to have now that we have to have 2 income households, right? It's delayed family formation and child rearing, right? Because both sides have to have their degree and get their career started before they can talk about getting married and having children. So the fact that our economy is doing great, the economy's been doing better because you have multiple workers, but it's at the expense of family formation, which is actually a long-term decrement to the economy.
exactly. So Chanel, sorry, King, I didn't want to cut you off.
No, that's good. That's good.
So Chanel, when it comes to if this is possible, that basically, well, does that not sound intuitive to you, Chanel? Basically, that people are foregoing family planning to latter years because of the economic pursuit of being financially stable.
Mm-hmm.
So it's actually reinforcing the fact that it's creating a short-term benefit. Women get to have this maternity leave, but they're also furthering their fertility down the road, which means if you're over 30, you're going to have how many kids, King?
Yeah, if a woman gets to 30, 90% still want to have children, but only 50% ever will.
And if you have like after 35, you're like, it's really unlikely
Yeah.
you're going to have a second child.
Yes.
So
It's very, very likely that then only about half have one, and it's a very small percentage are able to have a second one.
So the reason I bring that up, Chanel, is because I'm explaining like there's, as King said, there's a short-term benefit of women being economically, there's this symptom being treated, but it's creating a long-term effect where the birth rate declines. And you know what happens when the birth rate declines, right, Chanel?
Mm-hmm.
Like entitlements become that much more harder to fund. That means we need to continuously borrow or inflate our money, which creates more unfunded liabilities. Like the economy becomes wackier and wackier as we try and use
Which actually will put more pressure from the government on women to continue working, right? Which will probably further delay child rearing. So it's like this cycle of societal collapse, right? By encouraging people to just work and not giving opportunities or an economy that can sort single income households anymore.
I would say that like gives more of an argument for things like maternity leave and giving more incentives for women to have children. So if we said, hey, like you'll get more tax breaks or
okay.
you'll get more
If what?
financial benefit if you have this amount of children or if you spend time at home raising these children.
Well, we can be on board for welfare
to women should have
we can be on board
children.
if I had to compromise. Perhaps maybe the government does something such that they're not penalizing employers, that they would increase some type of incentive for women to have kids. Like maybe eventually you can become tax-free after 3. Sounds like a cool slogan. But like, but that would be
that's the only way like that we could see like a switch in that, because a lot of the times people aren't having children because of economics.
Okay, so let's see. So Cascadian, we're gonna Mestia. I know you're the other minority position, so we'll let you respond right after.
Okay, sure.
Cascadia, Cascadian says maternity leave creates homeowner or turnover cuts, boosts staff morale, and attracts top talent companies. Yeah, that sounds to me like a voluntary mechanism that, if it's true, we wouldn't need to have this enforced. You understand? If I'm arguing for us to get rid of such a highly regulatory and market restricting thing, and you're saying, oh, well, look, there's an invisible hand that's already working, you realize you're hurting your own argument, right? You dang socialists. So anyways, Mestia.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I mean, in regards to, I mean, the evolved rights of women, let's say, that basically over the years, you would say, you know, women's rights, you know, evolve, including this, you know, they couldn't, you know, they couldn't work after getting married, or, you know, after they got married, or after they had got pregnant. But then you have to look at, okay, are you then after, because you said it's not a discrimination, then are you saying it's okay to socially control, like have, like basically you're coercing, basically. You're saying, okay, I get to, I have a society whereby you, right, you don't get anything, like you don't get anything, basically, like as a woman, right?
From the government?
To them. It's, well, not from the government, but let's say, for example, like she got married, right? You would be okay with that woman being shown the door, right?
Well, if she acts up, but not if it's look.
I mean,
If
I think
anybody,
we're on the
but
same
here's
page.
what I'm defining acting up under the purview of my Christian understanding of fault divorce. It's not like
Right.
act up like you ain't making me a sandwich, damn it. No, not like that. It's more like if she's adulterous or violent, yeah. But I would apply that same standard to men. But in a society where women can leave, women and men can leave at any point. That's not what I'm proposing.
Okay, so today, let's say today, 2026, would you want, like in the US, that you have such that a woman, as soon as she gets married, the employer is somehow notified right away and he can fire her. Would you be okay with that?
Yeah. Because what it would do is it would set a precedent for, it would.
What I'm just
Go ahead.
okay.
Well, this actually might need to be happen at some point, right? Right now, governments around the world are desperately looking for how they can raise birth rates, and my guess is we have about 1 to 2 decades before they start looking at draconian type of policies if we can't find natural incentives to do it. And you're already starting to see governments step in to force decisions for this, right? And if they need to make sure that family formation is starting earlier and sooner, they're going to get more and more desperate over the next 2 decades if we can't find a natural, organic way to do it.
This
Look,
sounds like a very patriarchal.
Well, here's what I'm explaining. Here's what me and King are in alignment with at this point. What's going on in the West is there is a level of regulative capture in a lot of companies such that they're becoming too expensive to operate. So what do you guys see often? The Indian, the Filipino, the person that barely speaks the language answering your calls. That is a product of that because
But that's to be fair, that's a consequence of billionaires investing in.
Wait a minute. Yeah, it's a consequence
has
of
nothing to do with,
Here's how it does. The billionaires
labor,
and
that's
the
it.
large companies lobby for these type of regulations to go on because it has the convenient effect of making them less competitive with others, right?
Yep.
So
right.
whether it's these type of welfare systems that they want to have protections for, or minimum wage, these billionaires and corporations lobby for these things so that they can eliminate the competition for those who can't afford it. So the reason why I'm bringing this up is because, yes, in the short term, some people are going to be harmed. However, as Cascadian mentioned, why not, if the women want this, let them do that. If they want to be this demand block, they're going to say, I only want to work for this company. If they can give me the insurance of if I get pregnant, they're going to secure me. Let them do that voluntarily. But if you're forcing an entire system, you're creating a ceiling at the bottom or a floor to where other companies cannot be created because of it. So that's the last thing I'll say, just to bring it home. If I can't afford, that means the price is going up. If the price is going up, that means there's less jobs created. Less jobs created, that means they're going to have to outsource. They're going to have to outsource because it's too expensive to do business here because of so many whining, complaining women trying to get everything they want.
Yeah, but your assumption is that these billionaires can't already sacrifice their obscene payrolls.
Okay, but the Mexican mom and pop shop down the street can't. That's the entire point.
But
We
they
want
already
more.
don't, right?
They already
like,
don't
at the
because
end
there's
of the day-
there's laws in place to break them if they don't comply.
But they already don't. Like I've worked for, like, I'm a mechanic.
So
I've worked
you
for
want an
several mom and pop
underclass of people who just disregard the rules. You want a gray market.
No, there already is. That's what I'm saying. Like, they already can't afford
Okay.
insurance. They already can't. We're not talking about the mom and pop shop. We're talking about
You're
the
talking
corporation.
okay. You're
Talking
explaining to
about-
me is people who want to do it illegally. But what about the people who want to do it legally that don't want
No,
to
I'm
risk?
I'm saying the mom and pop shop already can't afford to do it legally, so they don't. We're talking about corporations. We're talking about the people who have the money.
We're
The
not
people
just
who
talking
have
about
the money can
corporations.
definitely afford to
Okay,
pay
but
for
who
maternity
can't? Who
leave.
can't, baby? Who can't?
They already don't. They already
I'm not
don't pay for
asking you
basic
about
health insurance.
corporations. Who other, are there any people who can't afford maternity leave? 40-hour forced healthcare after 40 hours a week. Who can't afford that?
Oh,
The people who cannot afford that are the people who looked at the cost and said, damn, I can't start this business because I can't afford this. This
Yeah,
is
'cause
the
one-
this is
one
the
of the- one of
welfare
the
state you
things-
guys let in, and the feminists are really at the helm of this, or at least very much in support of.
One of the things that people don't understand is that billionaires don't exist in a vacuum. We live in this globalized world where you have billionaires in every country. And I'm somebody who's traveled quite a lot. And I can tell you, when you go to countries, certain countries in China, certain cities in China, certain other countries like Vietnam, countries that have far less, Korea, India, countries that give less rights to women, and they give less rights to workers in general, and they simply select employees for their performance. They are outclassing the United States on so many fronts. And the thing is like if billionaires in the United States have to make any more sacrifices, let alone mom and pop shops and people in the middle, it's like we won't be able to compete at all. We already don't compete well.
Yeah, so if you want to allow them to compete, if you want to try and let's just say I want to get on board with you giving starting some type of cosmic justice to these billionaires. Okay, let them shake in their boots about all the competition that's going to be created when we get rid of the regulations. Oh, but you don't want that, right? So, Chanel, could you answer, or you had a question, Chanel?
Yeah, so I looked it up, and if I told you maternity leave kind of indirectly affected and lowered infant mortality rate, would you be like on board with it?
No. Not by having it enforced.
So you're against maternity leave, bro?
No, okay, so here's what you don't understand. Just because I don't agree with somebody using a weapon to point at the business's head and say, if you don't do this, we're going to end your business. That does not mean I'm against said thing. I just explained to you, the panel here, that if a woman wants to negotiate that in her contract, that's totally fine. She doesn't want to work with that company because they want to do X thing. Great. I think
Feminism is about having the opportunity to negotiate that to begin with.
No, it's not. Feminism is about using the government as a cudgel to get what you want over the other 49%. That's what feminism is about. Okay, feminism is the promotion of egalitarianism amongst the sexes. What is the mechanism that it is constantly used to about 90% at this point? The damn government to get what it wants. Big Daddy,
yes,
patriarchy.
Because the government controls what they don't have.
The government enforces a sense of morality that it legally defines as discrimination just because it's just by decree. Complete subjective morality.
You have to think about it this way. If disabled people never advocated for themselves back in the late 1900s, they wouldn't even have jobs. There wouldn't even be wheelchair ramps.
The difference between the wheelchair people and the feminists is one decided to lay on their back and the other one didn't. One decided to get married and the other one didn't. One is an immutable trait and the other one is not. You're not destined to be married. That is not an immutable trait of yourself. Okay, that's what makes it not discrimination. Because discrimination, as we usually understand it, is if you cannot mute a trait, then therefore people are.
Can I just come in for that, please?
Mestia. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So if indeed, like you said, it's not like, I agree with you. It's not like, you're disabled. It's not, you can't compare, or someone's skin color, right? So when you say to women, like, okay, now that you're married, off you go, that's not considered, let's say you don't consider it discrimination. Then what comes to play is this. That woman, right? Then what happens is they say the women that's in that society, well, I don't want to get pregnant. I don't want to get married altogether. I don't even want to get married. So I think your cause, like you're forgetting, right? Which was, and you have to think about that time. Why did they change the laws? Why did they put down laws? And there is a reason behind it, right? So what happens to your society if women are told, okay, because you're married, you're no longer in the workforce? What happens is women wise up to that and say, you know what? Just like what is happening.
Yeah, I want to keep my job. I don't want to get married.
Exactly.
Right. I've already thought about this though.
Yeah. So there's that happens. So to counter that, perhaps, right? That's why they made, like they said, women. They said, hey, you know what? We want equal rights. Because of X, Y, and Z. Something has to trigger an event. Because 1705 there was no feminism or whatever. Maybe there was like talks about it, but at some point in the 19th century, something happened, right? The women said enough is enough. We want X, Y, and Z. They approached the government, right?
Women didn't say that collectively. It was more of a unified body of a smaller group of women. It wasn't women as a majority.
It's a movement that's got to build momentum.
Yeah, but to say women as at large is an incorrect generalization. But I wanted to get back at your first point, Mestia.
Yeah.
But were you finished making your second point?
Yeah, basically I'm saying you have to look at it historically and basically saying what's the reasoning behind such law.
Because a bunch of women got together and complained and used the government as a cudgel to say what they wanted. It's not like
not only about not the genesis of the feminism, but what I'm saying about going back to the discrimination.
The discrimination that's still in contention.
Quote unquote, air quotes, okay, discrimination of women in the workforce, right? The thing is, like, because they chose to get married or have children. So we agree, but what would have happened is much more catastrophical. And
what would have happened?
Well, like I explained
to you. If you could say real briefly, women are not going to get kids. We're not going to want to have kids.
They're not going to want to get married.
Yeah, but I've accounted for this here. So
Sorry?
I've accounted for this. When it comes to the short-term benefit, a lot of women are going to fold their hands up and they're not going to want to work. Some of them are going to say, okay, well, I'm just going to start negotiating. I think it'll take some time for that to happen, but there will be a short-term negative effect. We're going to lose a lot of women in the workforce. But the net positive is the amount of jobs that'll be created from the money that would have been spent on said things. Said protections for lawyers for protection against being sued for said thing. What will happen is as people have more money to go back into their company, they're going to start investing and hiring more.
Yeah, so I think what you're missing is the fact that simply at the end of the day, we have men and we have women. And if we allow both of them to participate in the workforce equally, both of them, like, men already have naturally implied protections. There's not really much a man is not going to be protected from going into the workforce. However, women have things like periods. They have the ability to give birth. And if we don't allow protections for these situations that will actually occur, yes, you will see birth rates drastically decline.
Yeah, that's a short. I've conceded that can happen in the short term. But here's the thing: if women are,
but I'm saying if you allow these protections, maybe like you're putting up this idea that they're going to be forced upon corporations, but at the end of the day, if all of these corporations, we're not talking about mom and pop, we're talking about corporations. If they can already afford to give people a basic healthcare plan, they can definitely afford to allow maternity leave.
But as a society,
if a woman is allowed maternity leave, she will keep contributing to that company. She's not going to leave that company.
As the cost goes up and as they import more of her jobs that she's not going to have in the future to Indians.
This idea that it's
that's a decision.
I don't think it's a long-term good for. I don't think it's a long-term good for our society, right? That we can.
And Kesh, we're going to let you go right up after King.
Income household for survival. Right now, we have 105 million people who are out of work. Most of them have stopped looking for work, including most young men. Right. So right now, there's actually more women in the workforce than men. Right, we have a lot of young men who aren't participating at all. We actually need to encourage, right, to try to get back to more one-income households. Try to encourage older people
Why,
can start
though?
retaring
Like,
earlier,
that's what
so
you're
that we can
missing.
start
Is
having family formation again, right?
but
Because
the
as of right
reality of
now,
the
whatever
situation.
country fixes their birth rate issue first, right, is going to be the long-term economic winner. And right now,
if that's all
most
you
all of the
care
East
about,
and the West are in
All right,
absolute
well, hold on a
chaos
sec.
decline because they're not having children.
King,
if
I
that's
know.
all you
Well,
care
Brit,
about,
baby, I understand you want to
Hello?
contend with it, but
Is this
Kesh,
a dating advice panel?
well, I hate feminism. I'm an
Hey,
anti-feminist.
is
So,
this a dating advice panel?
well, at this moment, we're talking about whether
Okay,
or
I
not.
have a friend
Okay,
here
so,
that needs advice.
all right, Miss
Wait,
Kesh. Is there a
can
delay?
you
Can you
give
hear
her
me?
some dating advice?
Sure. Where's,
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hello? Hello?
Can you hear?
hello,
Hello?
female floating voice.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi. What's your name?
My name is James. What is yours?
At least on mine.
Your name is Elisa? Yeah.
I'm sorry, it was what?
Yeah, what's your name, madam?
Now, Allison.
Allison, okay. Did you have some brief dating advice you needed?
Hello?
So, Kesh, you're going to have her come up because there's...
Serious question for the guy that you
All right.
Is he still up? Can you hear me?
There's a pretty big delay, though.
No?
But what is your brief question here you had for us?
There's a delay.
Kesh,
What's your question, Allison?
text it to her and have her come up, and we'll address it briefly.
What's your question, Allison?
Red pill or blue pill?
Red pill or blue pill?
Neither. But probably half of a red, I guess.
Okay, good.
All right. Well, thanks for your question.
That's what I thought.
All right.
Okay,
you have
thanks.
a good rest of your day. Is it supposed to be
Well,
an on or
James,
something?
James,
like,
I just want.
King
sorry.
are missing is the fact that
Real quick,
this
real quick, because I understand you have your contention, but our conversation did originate from Mestia. Did you have
Just
something you wanted to say to this point? Because right now, what's in
Yes.
contention is the effects, and that's what Baby and King are on right
Okay.
now.
So yes, to that, like the effect, like basically, the birth rate declining and trying to correct that by basically, and several things were suggested. Perhaps there's going to be down the line, there's going to be some sort of a coercion, and
Coercion.
well, I mean, of some sort. Like there's already happening. For example, it was mentioned that I remember while ago, the China has like heavily taxes now, like the contraceptions. So down the line, well, how if the trends keep going downward, there's going to be apparently like the government's going to take
You know,
a
crack down
position.
more and more. A governmental program usually begets another one.
But it
if
just seems like
incentives don't work, then
a lot of
coercion is gonna
a lot of people
Right.
a lot of people are forgetting. Are women just like at what point, like what do you see because happening at the very end of the the road?
If things stay the
Because
same,
if or the worse, or it keeps going down,
Okay,
down, down.
it's just
Do
more-
you
it's
force
mo-
women? Because is this what we're like? Are we headed towards a place
if we
where
don't
women
correct
are?
now, if we don't take the bitter medicine right now, we're effed.
I know that, but the thing is, how is that going to be corrected, if ever?
It's
Well,
going to be
here's the
corrected
thing,
by what I'm
whatever
explaining. There's going to
Yeah. Whatever society fixes the problem will set the model. So if we can't find a way in the West to fix the problem, right, our society will decrease and whatever society does fix it will increase. It would be beneficial if we could find some sort of natural incentive way, right? But if we both decide, hey, neither men nor women want to fix the problem with our freedoms, right? So therefore, we'll just let our society collapse. Then whatever society comes at it from a lack of freedom, right? A different society where it's not incentive, but punitive, right? They'll become the default winner, right? Because they're the ones who solve the birth rate crisis. So
And
So
Messia,
something I
before
know-
1 second, Messia.
Okay, sorry.
Hey, if everybody wants to chat, everybody in the chat, if you want less women in HR, less micromanagers, hit the like button, man. If y'all want to have this conversation go forward, hit the like. All right,
I think you're
Messia.
blaming the
I don't
birth
think anybody
rate
likes
decline.
HR. But the thing is, like, okay, so because, and correct me, I remember a couple of years ago there were two gentlemen who wrote a book about this the population issue, and they said it's everywhere. However, it's more prevalent right now in some places than others, and it seems to be like, the thing is, I'm looking into the future, right, where women, like both men and women, they're just not having kids at all, right? Then to correct that, do you put something in the water if you find out if it's just the
like
women,
Viagra?
like if you decide, if you decide, okay, it's just the women, like, do you decide to coerce the
But
women?
we
I
don't have to
think
go there. Why are we going to doomsday
No, but
scenarios?
the thing is, like, it's just I don't see this. The horse has left the barn. I don't think this is something that could be correct. That's going to be correct.
All right. Well, you're incredulous. I don't know. Is that really an argument, Mestia?
No, but the thing is, like, the reality. If we look at the reality of the way things are, right?
So you're saying, well,
There
I
was-
think
there was
we
a
would like
certain-
to exhaust
King, go
the
ahead.
incentive way, opportunity first, right? I mean, South Korea has spent $200 billion over the last 20 years to try to figure out incentives. Unfortunately, all of the countries so far that have had incentive methods, none of them have worked.
So we need to make it more King. Maybe King. Go ahead, King.
Yeah, no, it's all right. I'm just saying. So, like, I'm still on the side of, man, I would love for it to be an incentive thing because I do not like the government forcing anybody to do anything. But I'm saying, but if a society doesn't figure it out and the only society that does it through draconian methods and that's the way they win, guess what? That becomes the new way of the world, right? So I'm going, hey, I'm not a fan of that option. I would love to see this be a more freedom incentive-based solution, but so far we haven't found one that's working.
But you know, something I like to do is I actually like to listen to the people. And something I keep hearing from young people, right, is that we can't have children, right, because, and they list all the
Liberal
things.
crybabies. Liberal crybabies.
I mean, you could
Because
you could
there's
put
a
it
lady, there's an African lady right now. She probably has 2 kids in her basket, 1 on her head. She lives off of a very few amount of money. So the poor people are having kids. Heck, I'm sure King, I don't know if I'm correct or not. The less money you have is the more kids you have, or is
Yeah, it's by far.
So they're just coping.
There's an opposite correlation, right, of wealth until you get to the billionaire class, right, and then the billionaires suddenly start having a mass of kids, but there's not enough of them to make a difference.
Riak, thanks for the headphones. So I just want to bring it back, ma'am, because we're talking about the effects, and it's like, all right, so what we have right now is the government stepping in and saying, here's what you will do, or else your business cannot survive. That sounds pretty authoritarian to me. The other option could be just say, hey, look, we're going to repeal these protections and allow women or whoever to negotiate that for themselves, because do we not have moral agency? Can we not negotiate? Because if we do there's going to be there's going to be more people who are not Americans in a call center from 1,000 years or 1,000 miles away, taking our jobs because it's too expensive to pay for healthcare, mandatory overtime, etc. That all these damn liberals and cozy feminists want. Either we repeal the rights, the protections, or we don't have a society anymore because it becomes too expensive, and then the economy gets gutted out like what's been going on for the past 30 years now, 40 years now.
But James,
But I
can I
think
ask, isn't the reason why they're outsourcing, isn't it due to basically you, like, for if I was a business owner, it costs me more to
But why,
operate
Mestia?
in the
Why?
US because of the wage.
But what? Okay, so it's
The
not
wage
just
I'm paying.
it's not just the wages that go up. It's also the cost of doing business with an employee. If I have to give him mandatory healthcare after 40 hours, if I have to give him a mandatory this or that, if the woman needs to get paid X and Y when she's pregnant, this drives up the cost of doing business here. If I can go to Vietnam and have 50 employers compared to one woman, I'm going to do that. I will, by incentive, gut the economy from where I'm going. It's
But
simple math.
the thing that you're missing is the reality that these corporations are making these decisions based off of simply wanting to profit more. It has nothing to do with the fact that women are taking more advantage of healthcare decisions that
It's
are
not
offered to
just
them.
profit,
It has
baby.
more
It's a
to do
It's
with the
more
fact
to
that
do about
corporations are
power.
unwilling to
It's more to do
pay
about power. They have the
local
money
domestic
to
American
go.
citizens
Baby,
what they're
sorry. Go
worth.
ahead. Repeat your last. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm simply saying that you're blaming it on this feminist movement, and the reality is that corporations have always been looking for ways to basically shove the domestic worker to the side and profit off of cheap labor in other countries. That has
Yeah, the
nothing to
feminists
do
just
with
took
women
the
being
bait. The
offered
feminists just took
more
the bait.
decisions to take care of their healthcare.
The feminist just took the bait. The feminist says, "Hey, I want maternity leave." The Bezos says, "Yeah, that sounds like a good idea." Amazon 2.0 is never going to come up by maybe that immigrant who came here and got a citizenship because he's never going to be able to afford to compete with me because he doesn't have the money. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea, feminists. I support this message. Hey, the feminist
at the
says
end
we
of the
deserve
day,
we deserve a working wage. Bezos says, you know what? That makes sense.
Like if a
Bezos
corporation
says,
is
"Oh, you
going
know
to
what? That makes
profit,
sense. We're going to make sure that we can we can force other companies to not be able to compete because they can't afford to." That sounds like a good
that's the
idea.
thing, like,
You're in a
none of
line.
these
You're in a line with the
companies, like-
corporations. You're complaining about them. You support them. You're taking their bait.
No, I support corporations that are profiting billions of dollars off of the labor of women who are contributing to their corporations. That they should pay back these women in maternity leave. I even believe in paternity leave. Fathers
That's
should be
even-
allowed
that's even
leave
gayer.
for newborn children. Why?
Because
if you
you're
are
making
profiting,
okay.
as
All right.
Bezos,
Do you understand?
do you
You
realize
understand
how
that the
much
more
Bezos has made?
the more you force companies to pay for a thing that you feel like you deserve, you are actually printing more Indians
because
and
we're not
Filipinos to be
producing
outsourced. Do you understand that?
We're not
The
producing
more
regulation that prevents them from doing that.
right.
Why are we
So
allowing
let's
corporations to outsource to India?
let's
and to the
force
Philippines?
let's force some profit cap on the floor and the ceiling. Surely people are not going to want to run the fuck away from this economy. You're insane. You don't
even if
understand
they
how the
do,
economy works.
The reality is that these corporations are not operating in ways that benefit the people who are making the money. They aren't. And
so
that is
if we're
all
gonna-
No, what you're not
What is your
understanding is
suggestion
the
if we take away the
corporations are
profit
using
motive?
the government as the weapon to eliminate competition by fooling people like you to just all you got to do is just put a pink flower on it and say it's feminist and you guys will support it. You just need to make it sound inclusive, make it sound like you actually deserve shit you never work for. That's all they have to do to gut the economy, to create more
Because you mentioned-
and more
you
call
mentioned-
centers overseas.
And all of this
You
is for the
mentioned
goal
earlier
of
that
still
even
continuing to
men
make
are
sure that
staying
we
home
have
from work.
two
And the
income
reality
families.
is-
King, thanks for the heart and the
The reality is that the reason that even men are choosing to stay home rather than work for these corporations is that they are not paying them enough. They are not
There's no
providing for them
opportunities.
enough.
They don't have opportunities for
There's
young
no
people are
jobs.
dropping
They're
out of the
eliminating the
workforce.
jobs. You
Yes.
don't get it. If they can't compete,
We have more people,
So
young
crazy.
people, out of work right now than in the Great Depression.
Don't you
right?
think-
And they're not just
Oh,
they're
dude.
not just
Corporations are
unemployed. They
profiting
have given up
billions
working.
while they pay
right. So meanwhile, this
employees
idea of
pennies.
holding on to jobs for people who are older. Right. Meanwhile, we have younger people who aren't getting their career started. We actually need
So
more
crazy.
incentives to be shifting back to single income families
Okay,
to
okay,
promote
this is what I
not
don't
only
understand.
to promote
You keep-
child rearing, right, and increase birth rates, but also to take more of those young people who have been excluded from the workforce and actually have them start doing entry level jobs again.
You keep advocating for this single family income when the reality is that if I can't work at Walmart and make enough to provide for me, my wife, and my child, why would I have a child? Why would I have a wife?
It's, you know,
Okay,
the
so
lower you-
do you not understand that if what I'm saying is true, this is going to create more jobs? Do you not understand that?
But what you're not
So that means
realizing
if
is
there's
that
more jobs,
providing
there's
a
more money.
woman with maternity leave, providing a woman with
Do
child
you think
care
both
benefits
people
is
working
allowing her
forever
to
is
keep her job.
You know, both people working forever is not going to increase birth rates.
The
It will
delaying of
increase.
family
It will
formation.
increase birth rates
How
because
is
the
No, it
that?
is
more
not.
people
Where's your
are
data,
for a
please?
Bro,
child,
we've been
Where's your
following the
data?
model
you
for
will have
40 years.
children.
Birth rates have
The more
collapsed under your
society is
model, bro.
westernized in the way
Birth
that
rates
you like, the lower the birth rate. Do you not understand that?
birth rates see, this is what I was saying earlier, and I feel like your position is built on several misconceptions.
Please
Birth rate
enlighten
hasn't
me.
collapsed because of feminism. It's collapsed because corporations continue to want to strip workers of
It's
the
all
money
over the
that
world.
they are
So you
owed.
say it's in. So that's true in China, Japan, South
Yes,
Korea,
yes, that is
So
100%
Finland,
true in China.
Italy, Brazil, right? So you're
Yes,
saying every company in the world, it's just because of companies,
because
corporations. So what do you
corporations
think we're going
and
to do?
This is
You
super.
want worldwide
You're a socialist, aren't
communism?
you?
Is that you? You're full
I'm
on
not a
communist. You must be,
but
bro.
I do support socialist
Yeah, this is just
ideas. Yes.
socialist
Yeah,
cope, man.
this
This
is not
DSA
socialist. This is
cope, man.
communist. Yeah.
All right. So, what's your
It's
evidence?
not.
Pretty
It's
please.
so
King.
Yeah,
so
you
King.
want government to take away the profit motive from
my
companies
evidence
all over
is
the
my own
world,
mother.
right? To
No,
force
your
it.
evidence is your own mother.
Bro.
Is that how you
Yes,
were gonna?
yes,
Is that how
because
we
she
should?
was allowed. So my
Oh,
mother has a
gosh.
PhD.
Oy vey.
She's had a 30-year career as a lawyer because she was allowed to take her children to work. Do you understand that?
Right. All you're
Like me and
explaining
my
to me
brother
is the
basically.
emotional feminist appeal.
Yes.
No, it's literally the reality that my mother was allowed to pursue higher education because she was taking us to work. She was allowed to take off days to take us
All right. I
places. She was
understand it
that's your
allowed
personally.
worldwide
I understand
solution,
it
right? Is
personally
that?
hurts your
Oh
feelings,
my
but
God.
are you going to use that as an example to continue to
It,
to export
it's
more native,
it's the most concrete
more jobs
example I can
overseas?
give to
What
say
country
that
has
It's
the
her.
most?
completely selfish and it's
Yeah.
only cares about yourself.
No, it's
Congratulations, you're a
literally the
feminist.
reality that if
Can you
we
show me
give
one
other
country
women
that's
the same
implemented your model?
opportunity, they will have
Is there
kids.
an example of a country that's implemented your model?
Yes, America.
Where our birth
No,
rates
our birth rates collapse. So if it's
Our birth
implemented,
rates
this
are
is not.
collapsing because
Yeah.
of the growing oligarchy. And
So
if you
I'm
don't
saying who
see
is
that, you're
implemented?
shutting your
You're
eyes
saying it's
off to it.
failed in America because of this. I'm saying where has it been successful? You're saying
It
okay,
has
America's
been
a failed example.
successful here, but we are also
It's
suffering from
not.
an
It's not
oligarchy.
successful here. We have birth rates of 1.5 and they're collapsing. So
Yes,
where?
because we are undergoing an
No,
oligarchy.
don't tell me about why it's not successful. Tell me an example where it is
I thought you
successful.
wanted to know why it's not
I
working in
asked,
America.
is
absence,
Finland
but
have
you're
a
just
model that's
saying if
working?
only we
Does
did this
Sweden?
thing, we
Does
would have
Italy?
that. That's
Who?
what's in contention. We don't freaking believe you. Where's the evidence? T, thanks for the
The
share.
evidence is the fact that women are having kids and going to
They're
get
not.
degrees and are rising in promotions in their corporate jobs while having children.
You
The
know,
birth rate's
women who
declining,
women
man.
who
Policies
identify
are
as
instituted.
feminists have birth rates of 0.5. It's 50%
I
lower
don't
than
know
South
where you
Korea,
got that
which is the lowest
statistic.
birth rates of any country in the world. Right. So right now, women who are identifying with your ideology, right? They're creating what? That's 75% less for every generation after them. They're not reproducing. So if that ideology is not successful in America, I'm just asking what country in the world has implemented this where it's successful. It's just trust me, bro. That's all you've got.
I would say America and I would say England. I would say several European countries
Okay,
have
well, you're
instituted
incorrect.
the
The
same
birth rate in
model.
America is 1.5, 1.6. So
Yes, because
In
of the
England, it's less than
growing
that. So
oligarchy.
this is just
so
ultimate
your
cope.
example is they're failed, but they wouldn't be because trust me, bro. Right.
No,
So
my answer
I'm actually
is that
asking what's a
when you
place that
have
has this
increased
model which is
protections for
working.
women, but at the simultaneously you also have a growing elite class that seeks to strip from the working class, yes, you're going to have a decrease in birth rates.
You have
Because
the
the working
lowest
class
birth
doesn't
rates in
feel
the
like they can
history of
afford to have a
humankind.
child.
The lowest marriage rates, the lowest dating rate, the lowest sex rate, the most children, right? So right now, I don't look at it as a model that's successful. You can't hold it up as a model. Right now, it's an absolute free fall collapse, right? Using this ideology. We need a
I think
drastic
it's
change
not,
from it.
and phrasing it as such gives into certain nationalist propaganda, racial nationalist propaganda.
All
That
right,
just
all right, here
It's
we go.
global, bro.
Shit.
But James,
not-
I want
Here we go with the
I
shit.
want to ask you, James, like, what do you think? Like, I mean, because it's not just the U.S., right? It's not the Western world, right?
Uh-huh.
What do you think is actually contributing, since we segued kind of like into the decline of the fertility rate? Because I mean, if I and correct me if I'm wrong, like South Korea, right? Like at this point, has like one of the lowest, lower than the U.S. Right? It has lower than the U.S. like rate.
Yeah.
So what do you think is actually causing? Because the Scandinavians also, they are like, I mean, they have a robust like.
Well, I think a big
social
thing
system.
about the economy is that if you restrict it, when you restrict an economy, you're like restricting the blood flow. You can't really heal or really respond adequately or be resilient to things that happen if you're held in place by certain things of the government that limits your ability to bounce back from things. There's that, as well as being indebted, that can contribute as well. But remember, the debt that we have is because interest rates are artificially, by decree, made low for a certain reason. So it's
why are young people, like let's say in your country, they're not having kids? What is the thing that they keep saying? What do they say?
I think feminism is really what drives the birth rate pretty much. I think it would be, I'm not sure what would be a bigger case than feminism. I know King doesn't agree with me, but because right now I see culturally they're driving.
Yeah, I also
they're making
connected
women
to I don't think humans, and this is part of, it may have been what allowed for feminism, right? I think humans having the ability to delay births through birth control has been an absolute disaster around the world, right? And that's across every culture and economic society.
So
I think we love the idea of having the power, right? I just don't think we had any concept of what the actual consequence would be.
Yeah, and so you take up the deregulation of the sex market with birth control, particularly ABs. And then second, you have feminism basically teaching women to be inherently unattractive to men and misandrous towards them, pathologizing their behaviors. And you have this bureaucratic capture with our economies from central planning. I think that was going to contribute pretty heavily to the birth rate.
So can I say something just to that? Okay, so you laid it at the feet of basically feminism.
Partially,
just
yeah.
if we were to I mean, I don't think it's just feminism at all.
I don't think it's just feminism.
Okay, so if you compare South Korea to US, and mind you, South Korea has significantly lower birth rates.
Mm-hmm.
Which society do you think is more patriarchal or feminist?
Probably culturally, Korea is more patriarchal, I would think.
And they have even less of their birth rate, and that's where
we're not one to one. First thing, they're a homogeneous society, right? It's a bunch of Koreans. It's not a bunch of Koreans / Arab / Mexican / That's the first thing. The second thing is they have a pretty big entrenched state there that really influences how their economy works more than ours, and they have a seemingly pseudo-dynastic economy where families control the 5 or 4 major companies, Samsung included. They have a lot of monopolies that have been allowed to fester due to how they do their laws.
Yeah, wonderful. All those things you said, that should mean that society should be having a booming birth rate.
Well, I wouldn't. Well, you have to remember 4B movement popularized from Korea.
Yeah, why?
Because feminists with economic power start complaining and folding their arms, and they let the society die off.
No,
here's the thing: if there was no welfare, if there were no things that allowed women to have social safety nets, they're going to be selecting a lot different with the men.
Okay, so by that I mean all the things rack up, right? It's a patriarchal society. There's
that's a welfare state, though.
Right.
There's a welfare state. There's a lot of socialist regulation there.
Not like the US. You guys have a way more, I would say.
Do they got free Medicare over there? They better not mess to you.
Let's look it up.
But the Nordic societies have lower birth rates than we do.
Yeah,
right?
and they have the most. These are the societies that Baby dreams about.
Sorry, who?
Baby, the guy who has JD Vance's profile.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Everybody loves the freaking Nordic societies.
They're down to 1.25 to 1.4.
Oh my gosh!
Right.
If only we just gave them more government cheese and government programs, they would just love to have kids.
You have but James, you have a society one is patriarchal, other is not it's a very feministic. Yeah, like, but you
Oh,
would
but
say
not.
like
Oh, go ahead, ma'am.
you know,
Sorry.
like when you compare, like, and the thing is, like, it's not just these countries, like the more developed, even developing countries, right? It's nosediving everywhere. It's just like, the degree is different, but it's all going down.
Yeah, but I'm
right?
explaining to you
So-
correlates that you can see that would make sense. I'm explaining to you correlates that exist in all those societies, Western and those that
You're
act
saying
like them.
feminism. You're
Feminism,
saying
socialism, they are what are causing the birth rate collapse.
Yeah, more centrally controlled societies, right? And the more individual control of our reproductive systems, right? Like, we like the idea. By the way, me and my family used it. We love the idea of it. I don't think humans understand the consequences of individuals having that kind of power. Every person uses it to delay family formation, right? It's been a rapid economy bloom around the world from us having both genders working, right? And now we're at a deficit because of it, right? Families aren't forming until late 20s, kids aren't happening until 30s. No societies are not able to reproduce in order to maintain themselves. We have $370 trillion in worldwide debt on unfunded entitlements that are keeping those societies going, and there's no next generation to prop it up. So the writing is on the wall that the model that the world is used to expand, right, through birth control and egalitarianism, right, has failed, right, and it's collapsing. And if we don't come up with a new system, then it's going to be whichever society figures it out first will be the new model.
Happy Face says, what the deal with this? Thanks for the follow, Happy Face. Well, at this moment, I'm an anti-feminist, and at this moment, Messia, God bless her, she's convinced me to hate maternity leave now. So I hate maternity leave as well.
Good job. Okay, slowly I'm converting you. It's very covertly. But anyway, I mean, but they're now, yeah, the births are even gonna decline.
Ogu says it will.
I'm
It will.
winning.
It
I'm
definitely
winning.
will up front. It definitely will. I wouldn't disagree. Ogu says, so what's the solution? Well, if you just got here, this is what the solution is. You just get rid of the mandate by the state to protect women in this way. And what will happen is there will be more companies that will be able to spend more. There will be more companies that can start up. So what will happen is the women are going to fold their arms and they're going to say, oh, you know what? I can't get maternity leave. Okay, I'm going to go to companies who do. And the other ones who can't do that are going to say they're not going to give birth. Well, that's going to be one way the birth rate will decline. But in the long term, as there's more economic prosperity around the money that's being created, that's not being there for hiring lawyers and funneling into women's pockets, there's going to be more jobs and more positions that are created that will have a long-term effect in the back end. And that will cause a better economy, which will convince more women to say, you know what, the economy is getting pretty better. The jobs are good. You know what, I'm gonna start having babies. That would be a added perceptive effect.
Yep.
Hey, baby boy,
I think
thanks for
that's
coming
simplistic.
up. I think
Outlaw AB.
I think
that's
well, real quick,
Outlaw
baby,
AB,
thanks for
high
coming up.
restrictions on birth control, right, and go back to one-income families.
Women
Think
keep
if
this
you did
economy
those three
going.
things.
King T said, women keep this economy going.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they also keeping the economy going at the sake of short term, like it's keeping us from short term pain, right, and maximizing long term pain.
Maximizing.
Right. That's what is keeping a full workforce, and the delayed family formation we've been kicking the can down the road for a long time, and now it's about to get to disastrous proportions.
T, quick search, you say, huh? Well, here's a quick search. Type this in on Google. Who pays more taxes in the U.S., men or women? That defeats your entire argument. That defeats your entire statement.
But
We
then,
don't have
okay,
a full
but
workforce.
James,
We have
though,
105 million people not working. A lot of those young men who have they're not out of work. They've stopped looking for work. Right?
Welfare sounds, I smell a welfare
That's a
state.
disastrous thing for that's
Yes,
a
ma'am.
disastrous thing for a company or for a country is to have a lot of young men who are not working, makes them unable to find a mate, unable to be able to sustain themselves,
and a marriage, right, and children, right? So this idea of keeping older people working and never passing down those opportunities to young people, right? That's a recipe for disaster for a country.
I remember there was like a old workplace I worked in, and this is really interesting that you said, because this person was like in their 70s and they were still working. And, and he was like to me, shouldn't there be like a mandatory retirement age?
No,
But,
because I wouldn't force. I'm not. See, this is what I'm explaining. These people say they want freedom and liberty, but liberty and freedom is not using the state to get what you want because you're a big pouting baby. That's not liberty or freedom or the so-called bodily autonomy. I just find it's very interesting how, not you, Mestia, but a lot of feminists are like really gung-ho about this shit. It doesn't make sense to me, because if you cared about freedom, you would want to make sure companies could do what they would want, and other women could freely negotiate whatever deal they want with a company. But instead, they want to do what is always what you'll never see. Here's what you'll never see, guys. Here's what women always do. They say they want freedom, but when in reality what this is, it's using the government to subsidize the negative consequences of their actions. That's how you spot a feminist. It doesn't matter if it's not their ideology. This is how they all effing behave at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Can we get the likes up, guys? Yes, Mestia, you are up, madam.
But I mean, if that is the case, and I agree with you, right? Like, I mean, what then should we have, like, no government involvement? Wouldn't that be better? Like,
I wouldn't say anarchist, but definitely
not anarchist, but like significantly less than we have now.
Yeah, so but that doesn't mean we don't. Sorry, Mestia.
No. Go ahead, please.
No. I want you to finish your point. I am chopping at the bits.
Because a lot of, from what I've heard, like when I talk to a lot of people, and I've seen a lot of people talk over the years, is that, from the liberal to the conservative to the libertarian, it's like this a varying degree of, they just want a various degree of government involvement, basically, and how much they're comfortable with that supports their ideology, their way of thinking. And it just like seems to me like, you don't know what government or minimal government involvement looks like, right?
What do you
don't
mean
get
by
to
that?
pick and choose. There are countries
What do you mean we
today,
don't get to pick and choose?
Wait. There are countries today you can visit where there is minimal government involvement. That means the infrastructure is wonky at best. That means you're your own government, kind of. There isn't, the upside is you don't have the government, this finger up your wazoo, right? But at the other end is you don't have much regulations, much of the things like the comforts that you would enjoy in the West, which is.
But we didn't have a lot of things we had in the West, and we still had a really good economy. When you look at a lot of the healthcare, the terrible healthcare conventions that exist to this day that are basically entrenched, that bring up the rise of healthcare costs, insurance costs, employer costs. This derives from World War II and how the government introduced a stupid government program, and it basically made it a standard. Similar to what King was explaining. People tend to be monkey see, monkey do when they see this stuff. But they also made it a precedent for a universal thing regarding healthcare. Like if you had to have you had to pay for healthcare for workers at a certain cost. I'm explaining to you, we had a good economy back in the 20s. Shortly after in the 40s, we didn't need this stuff. All this stuff what happens is government programs beget other ones. And you're saying
but
the economy would have been shitty. I mean, what are you talking about? The Roaring 20s was the Roaring 20s for a reason.
No, what I'm talking about is comparing a much previous time. Like, for example, you're talking about the 1920s.
Yeah, but we didn't have a boom. We didn't have an economic boom. We didn't have an economic boom because of government bureaucracy. We had an economic boom because we were the only country that could manufacture things, and a lot of people bought from us. It had nothing to do with whether Big Daddy government stepped in and said you have to get a lunch after 5 hours. It wasn't because of that. It was despite that.
No, but what I'm saying is with the government, the way it was at that time, compared to a previous time, how were like the 1720s?
Mm-hmm.
Like, how was it compared to the 1920s?
Technological advancement wasn't there. That's
Correct.
all. That's really all it was. Technological advancement and a certain type of government in the 1700s. What do you? I'm sure. I'm sure you're going somewhere with that.
Yeah, okay. So the thing is, like, you're advancing because, like, how are you advancing? Basically, you don't just advance because you have like just like a bunch of inventions, bunch of like technological advancements, right? It's not just that, right? In a society, you need to also have like there's a social aspect to it, right? And if you look at it from 1700s, 1800s, 1900s, 2000, like you see there's a pattern there, right?
What's the pattern? More bureaucracy?
Well, that's part of it. I mean, there's a part of it for a growing government, right? That is like, I mean, what I'm saying is like the people, your people, I mean, in the States, right? They decided, okay, we didn't have, like, we need something that we don't have. Something that I think about often is the income tax. How did that come to be?
Another failure.
Why?
Another failure.
Okay.
Because
Really?
black,
Okay.
I think it comes, King, I'm not sure. That's why I've heard a couple of times with different sources that the income tax was a way to price out. Was it a way to price out blacks?
It was actually from the Civil War, like to fund. I don't know.
I don't
like,
know where it comes from, King.
Yeah, and it was also supposed to be. I remember it was supposed to be very short-lived.
Oh wait,
Right,
was this after 1929? After the Great Depression?
No,
I'll take a
no.
look
The
real quick.
income. Well, I mean, the first time it was introduced was 1860 something, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. And then it really got set. Like it was set, and it hasn't left since 19.
Oh, income tax. I'm sorry. I thought you meant wage floor, like a wage.
You mean minimum wage?
Yeah, minimum wage. I thought you were sorry, not income tax. Yeah, the income tax was introduced
1860s to help pay for the Civil War.
but it was really popularized and basically made unanimous after 1913. After a bunch of people got together late at night in Christmas Eve and passed some shit, basically flipping the entire system on its head. They lied and said it was going to be temporary, as they always do. That's how they always propose government programs. So
Same with Canada, actually. They
yeah, I'm
did
just
the same
explaining,
thing.
like, you can't let these people, like, you're supposed to be a Randian, Mestia. Where
But that's a libertarian. But the thing
where
is, like, a
are
lot of
your
people-
Austrian
libertarian.
cojones at?
Aren't
Yeah,
you
but-
laissez-faire?
No, but not only that, but like the thing is, like, if you listen, for me, the most appealing thing to me is the
Free stuff.
libertarian view, right? Because I don't come, like, the thing is, I don't come from a society where it's like, you're getting free money, like a welfare state. You come from like, and I'm just shocked, sheer shock for my part, that you are like, against, your own, anyway.
Because
But
I've seen what it's done. I see what welfare does in my family. I see what it does to the black community. I see what it does to companies. I see the harm it does. It is a Faustian deal. It's someone who's always trying to treat the problem and play whack-a-mole with the many symptoms that occur after it. It is the most. Okay, that'll be the end of my
that
rant.
I can agree with you. I can, because I've heard that.
Is that Fauciism?
Faustianism. Fauci.
I was just doing Fauci.
Right, just a liar, just a freaking
The
lying
whack-a-mole,
governmental
you just
official.
remind me of it. Yeah, it's Faucian now. Okay.
Yeah, a Faucian bargain. The jab.
God, I can't stand that name. Anyway, thanks for triggering me.
But
Yeah,
hey,
thanks.
Misty, if I could throw in a point here, right?
Yeah.
I'm coming at this from a much more pragmatic standpoint now, because people love to talk about theoretically which model is best and about what we should do and what human rights, and I'm looking at it from a perspective of if it doesn't work, if your model doesn't reproduce, if your ideology doesn't reproduce, it's by definition failed and will go away. So that I get itchy when I hear people talk about what we should do and why it's better, like in terms of our morality. But I'm looking around the world going, unless you can show me how a model and people who believe in that model and that ideology reproduce, then by definition will fail. Because the greatest challenge over the next 100 years will be for humans who can create the next ideology and model that people would adhere to, right, and follow and believe that will actually reproduce. And that will be the winner, right, and the decider of the next direction of humanity.
And King, if I could, I just wanted to respond to T in the chat. A couple of questions. So, at what point is enough enough? Well, I think you would want to ask that at this point with feminists. 65 million kids aborted since Roe v. Wade. That would have added, just doing the math. I didn't do the math. AI did. That would have been, we would have been.
2/3 of women in college, only a third of men. Women doing better in elementary school, more women employed than men. Women 18 to 29 make more money than men. Like, at what point is enough?
So that is another angle that is also damning as well. But I want to talk about the 65 million that have been aborted. That would have made us, if that was a thing, if those kids stayed alive or were brought to term by year, that would have brought the birth rate to 2.0, 2.1. Interesting. When is it acceptable to let the government step in? Oftentimes the government is apathetic and it only defends contracts. It defends contracts, and it also just punishes criminality. But it's not stepping in to be a mediator between employer and employee. We're supposed to be grown-ass adults here. I don't need no one to negotiate for me. If I want a wage or maternity leave or paternity leave at that point, stop making it expensive, because you ask the question, when is enough enough? Well, when I see an Indian being hired as a CEO for Xbox and they lay off thousands of Americans and then they outsource them to Indians, you don't think this is getting a bit too much? So
Yeah,
as you claim to dislike big government and companies, you want to implement stricter regulations on women's rights. No, I just want to repeal the amount of power the government has on forcing one way or another. That's what I want to do. That sounds to me to be the most free. I tend to be economically libertarian, but just not culturally, or I think you get the point as what I'm explaining about economics. A lot more laissez-faire. Let's see. How many abortions since the rollback of Roe v. Wade? That's a good point. I'm going to look that up. What you just said sounds like you're losing the race. Well, there's no... Okay, just because I encourage you to go to Bedford, I think it is, Minnesota, Steadfast, Minnesota. I encourage you to look at some of the communities where people are coming in to migrate and how they have temples now and their own communities. I encourage you to question whether or not they're American or not. Now, I know King might not agree with this, but I'm not talking about a race of people. I'm talking about a certain ideology and certain cultures that I don't think are compatible. But y'all think the girls and women are the weaker ones, yet you are saying we are running circles around you. It's interesting because all women can do
where men lose and women win. Like this idea, like that there's a future of our society where men completely lose and fall out and don't participate, and women do exceptionally well from that. Like if you don't see the dangers of a bunch of young men out of work, disengaged from a society, right, disenfranchised and unhappy, right, that is usually the highest risk factor right before any societal collapse is a bunch of young, aimless men who get tired and feel like the system is against them, right? They're the ones who burn it to the ground, right? So I'm not young man anymore, right? But I see the dangers in our society of having a lot of young men who are disengaging, right? And we should all be concerned about that. Them not being successful is not a win for you. Sorry.
And then I also want to point out, he said, y'all think the girls are the weaker race, yet they're running circles around you. Okay. If you need to cheat to run circles around people, you're not actually winning. If a person is fighting, let's just say, Lucius, take your framing. If one person is fighting against another, and one person didn't take steroids and the other one did, we would say that person won unfairly if the person with steroids won. The reason why this is important is because the government is the main use that feminists will use to make their society happen. They're the ones who are holding everyone else hostage to get whatever the hell they want, regardless of consequence. Now, if I'm not using the government the same way if I'm just saying, hey, take this power away from them. That's a totally different paradigm. Messia?
But I wanted just to bring, like, okay, with all the problem that was laid out, someone actually, it was King, Xenos, you said that, like, in the comment up above, get rid of AB, birth control, and two-income homes. Now, I don't know if I'm mischaracterizing you. That's exactly what I read. Do you mean that's like being a solution to?
Yeah, I think whoever creates, it would be desirable if we could do it natural solutions, but if it doesn't work naturally, then it'll be enforced, which would be whatever society can create the limited amount of ABs, the most limited amount of birth control, and the maximum number of single income households. Whatever society can do that, preferably through natural, like cultural, social, incentive ways. But if that doesn't work, it'll be whatever society mandates that.
I'm okay with either way.
It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work.
How do you know that? You don't. What is your evidence of that?
Well, okay, so how do you get to like a single income? Like we have right now two income. Let's start with that.
Decrease the supply of workers. Demand goes up for workers. Price goes up. Simple.
Okay, so wait.
Simple.
But you have to. That means
Austrian
you're not
economics.
hiring women, right? You have to hire like mostly men.
Yeah. Yeah.
If women knew that they are not going to
We
be.
have 105 million people not working right now in the U.S. 105 million.
How many women wouldn't work if they didn't get health? How many women wouldn't work if they couldn't get health care?
Sorry, if they couldn't get.
Yeah, how many women wouldn't work if they couldn't get mandatory health care? A lot of women. Hell, my mama probably going to stop working if she can't get health care. A lot of women would not work if they knew they couldn't get health care.
Sorry, the U.S. it's such that you have to work to get Medicare.
No, so the way it works is after a certain amount of hours a week or a month, the government has to give health care. They have to pay for health care to be provided through the employer to the employee.
What happens if you stop working?
Then you don't get health care.
Okay, so basically, you working is tied to you having
a lot of people are working just so they can get health care. You would be surprised. A lot of people stay at certain jobs because they hate it, but the health care is good. A lot of people are in this boat.
Understand. Okay, understand.
So that would stand to reason that if we got rid of those people, particularly women who are like this, they're not gonna. That would be a spot left for a man to take the job of.
But
how would you do this? You get rid of the mandate for governments to enforce this.
Yeah, but okay, so if a woman is not working, she doesn't have health care.
Okay. So what?
How is she then help me see, like, because I'm trying to see
the long term. Okay, so ma'am, you have two options. You either have a short-term pain or you have a long-term disaster. There are no other options at this point. Do you contest with that?
Okay, so in that sense, and correct me if I'm wrong, what I'm hearing is basically you run women out of the workforce, right?
Sure, run them out.
Okay, and then they're gonna run to where? To men? They're gonna marry men?
Yep.
Sure. And start having babies.
It's called necessity.
You realize that it's 2026, right? With all the
right, where women are taught that they don't need men. If they need men in reality, they will change their mind. And the ones that don't, kick rocks, buy a dog, die alone. Who cares?
But I mean, I don't want to speak for all women, but the thing is, even like, you don't think that there is going to be, and
well, I'm not forcing them. I'm not forcing them. So you don't think what? You're saying I don't think what?
Well, how does that come to be? Because it has to be voted in, because you live in a democracy, supposedly, right?
Yeah, we only need a small percentage. We only need a small percentage of people to change it. We only need to get one president in. Luckily, we don't have a popular vote here. We just need a certain amount of delegates who can make
Yeah,
some
but
certain things happen.
people have to vote in for that president, correct?
Yeah, the best thing they can do is get a better Supreme Court justice, or
But okay,
you're
I'm
saying
just
how
trying
is it
to.
going to happen? It's
Okay,
either going to
so you
happen.
have
It's either
because
okay. Have you ever watched
sorry.
Have you ever watched Star Wars?
No, that
Okay.
Star Wars. No,
I mean, do you know, like in certain times where things get bad, the presidents become
societal
more.
collapse. That's a
be-
different. Yeah, I could see
Okay,
that.
well, it's either it's going to become more authoritarian, or we're going to do things peacefully. And I don't mean peacefully like
Calling out the
not peacefully
authoritarian
the
option.
opposite way, but I
Yeah,
mean, there's a
you've
reason
heard me say
why.
that a
Go
number of
ahead,
times. That I'm not advocating that I like the authoritarian option to the solution.
King.
Because
Your mic is muffled.
Oh, sorry. Let me try again. Yeah, I have not been advocating that I prefer the authoritarian method, right? I just look at it and go, if we don't come up with an incentive-based solution, right, that creates that model which limits AB, limits birth control, raises the birth rate, and increases the number of single-income families, right? Then the more authoritarian structures that do solve it that way, right, they will outpace us, right, and they'll become the world leaders and become the new order, right?
And
So
how do you account for a 4B movement happening at large scale? Because the idea is okay, I can see in a like a fetish kind of world, like a collapse, that being the case, but you don't have, like, you're talking about voting in someone who's gonna bring forth these ideas. So how does it look?
For the 4B movements only work when there is entitlements that can support it, right? In other words, right now it's women are 24% more likely to be reliant on entitlements, and the way that we're going, right, we're only about 10 to 20 years away from those starting to fail. It's a house of cards. It's going to collapse. At that point, everything that we've, like, this false security that we have, that all of these entitlements are going to, pay for our retirement and our health care, right? Let us stay home, have minimum wage, all of those things, they go away, right? And it goes back to a more traditional model, right? So a lot of the things that you may not like the idea of women having to rely on men, right? But that's what happens when the government can't defend you from nature. And when those entitlements fail, the government can no longer be the defense for women from nature, right? And so then it moves back to the family unit, the community, the church, right?
Well
Those
put.
things which were the
Nature or
traditional.
man? So it seems, I think
Nature.
there was a misspoke. No, it's
Winter.
man, because
Okay,
the thing is, like,
let's just grant
you're
it. Let's
saying,
just grant it, King. Let's just grant it. It's men.
yeah,
So what?
because it's like, who's
We live in
is
a
the,
planet
are
where
the
women
trees
cannot.
restricting?
Well, there's
Wait,
no Star Trek planet that women can escape to self-produce. So
sorry,
there's no Star
there's
Trek planet. Have you heard of Star Trek, Mestia?
uh,
What the hell, Mestia? What the
yes,
hell?
yes, Star Trek, Deep Space Nine.
All
was
right,
more like,
all
okay.
right. So there's no society where women can go to another planet and reproduce with themselves. So we're stuck with each other. You keep bringing this
Yeah,
up as if, like, what is your solution? Get rid of us?
No.
Have you watched? Okay, well then.
Sorry, but what I'm saying is, like, the thing is, and you look at it, society, outside of a collapse, right? Something catastrophic happens where it's, everything starts square one. Because I remember there's a red pill guy, Richard Cooper, here on TikTok, and he said at this point, I don't see any other option. Like,
Yeah, well,
and it made me-
this
it
is the
made-
guy. This
do-
is the
do-
guy that tells men not to marry women. These are
No, he says to
he's one
what?
of
You
your
know
ilk.
him, right?
He's one of your ilk. You're ideologically. You guys are ideologically black pilled.
No, he's not. Actually, he says to be like, he points out at the social ills, let's just say, okay? I haven't heard him saying he says that, basically, points out at the negative effects of today.
Yeah, but he's
the way
black pilled.
things
Like, I'm
go.
just explaining, he's black pilled just like you. This is a red pill. I reject these guys. They're like
he-
let's just say there's a
is he red
battle
pill?
on the field and there's just somebody saying it's not going to work. It's not going to work. What's the strategy?
No,
Just
but
hunker down.
he's-
It's like, okay, well,
No, but he just points out at the things okay, but anyway, reality is reality. Okay. But outside, and he had a point though. He said outside of a total collapse, right? We're not, like, this is just like, you could say, okay, the birth rates keep declining 10, 20 years, let's say, right?
Mhm.
We're gonna be all of a sudden living drastically different life. outside of a total collapse, I do not see that happening, right? And then
This
to
is
say,
just-
okay,
And then
but
to say.
wait, sorry,
And then to say.
sorry, I couldn't catch.
I was just letting you continue. And then to say.
Yes, okay.
You don't see it happening. And then to say.
Yes. So basically, what will happen, like I see possibly happening, is that others, like people from other society, like earlier Zenos was saying, coming over, right, and somehow changing it through, in be it coercion or through. But I don't see even that's like a long distance, like where the population of the U.S.
Why do you put it
declines
so far ahead in the
significantly.
future? There's so many things that can make society go wrong really quick. An EMP, a collapse of the dollar. These are two scenarios that could happen.
A virus, a war,
It's going to be shaky.
As
but
soon
natural
as
total
disaster.
collapse.
if once the dollar collapses, America's cooked. We have no manufacturing. We're cooked. I mean, we might bounce back in like 10, 20 years, but whatever entitlements
Yes.
and all the countries coupled to our dollar, they're cooked.
But this is what I keep hearing. So there is that. It comes to that. Let's say what you just said, right?
Domino, yeah.
Somehow, life ceases to be.
No, it doesn't cease to
people
be, but whatever, there's no TikTok, there's not going to be whatever goods and services we enjoy, everything that props it up is going to be stripped from under it. Because the only thing that keeps us going at this point is our ability to borrow and other people who are willing to accept our money. And anyone who's coupled to us their economy is going to be widely affected. So I'm pointing out to you a scenario that's very, very. It's the reason why this whole petrodollar thing that's going on and our ability to affect the Strait of Hormuz. I'm of the opinion that this is just another petrodollar flex. We have to do things like this, or else our economy is at stake. We can't allow China, nor Iran, nor Russia, nor the nations, the BRICS that you're explaining.
Mm-hmm.
I'm explaining to you that if this war goes their way, our ability to be economically competitive is very much at question.
I don't see it as a bad thing necessarily, right? You're just gonna have to find a new way of being, right? The thing is and something that I keep hearing is ability to survive, even because of the comfortable society that we have created in the West. Sure, like I was saying earlier, it's such that basically it has just disabled people, right? But you're forgetting, there's so many places outside of
America,
the West, and the West in general, I would say, right? That they live by
where
their
there's no
own means.
feminism.
Yeah. You'll be surprised. Feminism is, and women's rights has gone very far. 2026.
This is all propped up. This is all propped up by
propped
welfare.
up by who? But it's just no.
This is
but
all propped up
it's-
by welfare and spending.
No,
Yeah,
places,
it is.
welfare. They don't have welfare. Welfare doesn't exist in those places. Yet they believe in the right for a woman to
Where at?
self-determine.
Where at? China?
China, isn't that the place that said
China's highly reliant on the U.S., so that wouldn't be one. Where they at?
Okay.
I mean, in China that
but
had
I'm
like
talking
forced
about-
sterilization of women, like in the last 20 years. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, where's
But what I'm
the
saying is
feminist?
there's-
Where's the feminist safe havens? Where they at?
Well, it's not like for example, let's say, to an extent the U.S., but there are places like in countries in Africa, for example, right? No, wait, they are taking because the way
I mean, they
it
gotta
starts
worry
is-
about malaria. They're not worried about freaking.
Everyone who brings up, I continue to see people talking about Nordic countries, right? They have birth rates of 1.25 now, right? They're an absolute free fall.
Women
So,
are still
But I
getting
don't- I
their
don't
women
see-
are
it's
still
not a
getting
bad
their
thing,
vaginas
so-
sliced up in certain African countries.
But it's
yeah, but that's yes,
it's not a bad
that-
thing
wait,
if you don't care
but
about
wait,
entitlements.
Can I just
Miss
just
Dia?
a second? So I just wanted to like you said that. Do you realize that I think you're referring to female circumcision?
Yeah.
That they actually or FGM that has been declined basically due to, by who? Because of feminist efforts. It's because, and the men in that society are just like, screaming at odds. But that has been, because of the feminist, like,
sure.
ideology.
Africa doesn't have much of a system yet, but they're probably going to be the biggest candidate for a society that can exist outside of dependency from other countries, because they have like a lot of the most resources there. So I don't, but currently they're not feminist bastion at all. So we're talking about the West and places like Canada, where their exports are like over 70% tied to the United States. They're cooked. All these Western societies are cooked. We're all interlinked. And America is the top dog holding everybody together like Atlas.
But James, though, like you're saying, okay, so to go back to the feminist thing, how far it's rich. It's not to the women are allowed to vote. They can pursue whatever they want to. They're like, what are they lacking in, like, let's say in Ghana, right? That, for example, they have in the US.
I'm sure there are injustices that are worse off for women in Ghana.
Like?
I don't know, but I would bet, since they're not, Ugandans doesn't have a society based off of chivalry, so I would bet it's going to be worse off than ours as far as civil liberties and freedoms. I'm sure women can't. I'm sure their sexual autonomy is at question more often than over here. If you catch my drift.
Meaning,
there's less of a policing system to even account, as well as their court system is not as effective as ours. So I wouldn't doubt that women have less rights effectually because of that, infrastructurally. But when things collapse, you act like people are going to be like, hold on, guys, hold on. Let's remember to give women's rights when they're trying to figure out whether or not who's going to be eating whose arm, because there's no EBT and there's no electricity. They're not going to be worried about equality. Things are going to revert back to the mean of survival so fast it's going to make feminists' head spin all across the world. And to the places that go to these other societies, sure, they might be able to pick something up, but why do we want to go down this scenario? In the sense of like, why do we want to let this play out? We have to stop this. That's why I don't like people like Richard Cooper, because they have neutered takes. Like, oh, I'm not going to participate in society. Well, F off then. You're not going to have kids. You're not going to want to put the bulwark to protect society from collapsing. Then I'm not interested in any of those solutions, because it's
But I didn't get that from him. Like, he was saying, be alert. That's what I was getting. Maybe, you have a different take, or maybe you heard.
Granted, he's in Canada, so he's a lot more black-pilled than I would be. Canada is like, oh my goodness, the things Canadians go through. Man, right now, Bill C something. Y'all ain't people. The Canadians ain't even got free speech anymore. Hate speech is like an actual criminal offense now, or something.
No, UK is way worse than us. UK.
Well, I know. If UK is worse, then I know it goes UK, Canada, and then US. But hey, I'm complaining over here over some certain people who have a certain size hat. They're enforcing laws where people in Florida are getting freaking in trouble with the law for posting things on social media because of what they say. I understand
now police are showing up.
This is why you don't allow bureaucracy to get a foothold. This is why you don't let the state to exercise its power so indiscriminately. But this is what I'm explaining. Feminism has given it a foothold.
It's not like you. But that's what I keep saying to you. Is you keep laying it at the feet of feminism. That has been way before even feminism came to be realized, right?
But
that's what you don't realize.
Feminism through its promotion of.
When did feminism come to be in your country?
Really, in late 1800s, early 1900s. Along the same time of Bolshevik Revolution. And then we have to think about later on the Red Scare and how feminism is directly tied to it. because it's a socialist, it's a Marxist ideology at its principle level. But I'm explaining to you the same, like if you had to pick what a feminist wants, and then you go look at early manifestos, the communist manifestos, the things that you need to implement in order for them to have the society they want, feminists are picking that right out like it's in a candy store. They want the same exact things. So when I talk about having an increased power of the state such that the economy has become a zombie at this point and the state has become really authoritarian, it's because of them. And when feminists are complaining about what Trump is doing, you realize it's because he's using the same things y'all used to use when you voted the first person in. This is why we shouldn't let the state do this type of stuff. It should have stayed out of a lot of affairs, especially in the economy. Does that make sense? It's this feminism. Without Marxism, there would be no feminism. There would be no feminism. This presumption of equality as a highest goal, as a virtue, it would not exist.
Yeah, but I explained to you earlier, though, like the thing is, you're forgetting the basis of like the Western nations, like the individual is sovereign.
Yeah, but that was because we had to attack the moral framework. I agree with you, but there won't be any moral framework if we don't. I have a prioritized list of important things to do, and the economy collapsing is more important than the moral framework right now. That can become later on, but as the economy becomes more independent from governmental involvement, and as people have more freedom to do more things.
Yeah, but where did that come from?
Where did what come from? The ideas of freedom?
The freedom, whatever you have, because you guys came from Europe
Christianity.
Like, no, it didn't.
Yeah, I would argue it did.
Okay, can I ask you? Okay, do you know something called Magna Carta?
Right of Kings. Was the Magna Carta
it was basic.
Was the rejection of the right of kings, or was it the other way around? I remember reading about it. It was either the king versus the people, or the people versus the king. I don't remember exactly which.
Yeah.
one.
Yes. So Royal Charter of Rights, right, and agreed by the king of, like, this is from the 1200s.
Right.
Yes,
ma'am.
Basically, that's the genesis for, like I said, for your whole. The individual is sovereign. That's how it starts, and it built on from there. And then, if you didn't have that, right, would you have feminism today? Like, imagine that. Like, I mean, because
it's really far back. It's a lot easier to draw something on recency, but how do you draw that? How do you draw that principally here?
Because that is. So the thing is, you're saying, okay, hey, king, you know.
So we just all need
to. Your hand is too.
So you're a monarch. Are you a monarchist?
Oh my word!
Because hell,
no.
I mean, at this point, that's fine. Like, if you're talking about rights and all that, I don't particularly care. Like, if we want to have a monarchy, if that'll get us out of this, if you can tell me that if I can get rid of the feminist ideology, if I just need to submit to a king, you got it, my lord, who do I need to serve?
But that's not even what I'm saying. It's just I'm saying. That's the people say, okay, hey, your king, your hand is too strong on us, right? You need to loosen your hand. And that's basically what happened, right? There was agreement. So the king said, okay.
Yeah, but this is a contractual agreement amongst men. So what's your point?
On a societal level.
No,
so
it's
what
men.
I'm saying
It's men with men.
Yes. Yeah, but you keep dragging. I think you have a rigid ideology, and you keep going back to that.
I think what's going on is you're sneaking in things in your premises I don't grant.
No, because what I'm saying is your
society.
Whole right.
What the hell is society if men don't say there's a society?
Men with balls, right? You're talking about balls and all.
Yeah, not the ma'ams, the trans ones, not the Elliot Pages for sure, not them.
But basically, what I'm saying is that was the genesis for the society that you have today. So you can thank that, right? Your ancestors, or like your, the people who.
But this isn't a gotcha, Mestia.
But it's not gotcha. But what I'm trying to make you see is basically this: your society has gone through and is still going through changes over time, and one change leads to, like, basically it's like a link. Right, and you're saying no. There's no link. This is an isolated thing that came from.
I know it's related, but it's like So what? So was the first human. Like, we're all related. How is this relevant? How is this relevant?
It's okay. I'll tell you how it's relevant. Okay. So do you know the core principles of the Magna Carta?
Well, I just looked it up real quick. Historic Royal Charter
Yeah.
signed by the King of England that established a
Like, no
vital
one is
principle
above
that
the
the king
law,
was subject to the
due
law.
process. Does this sound
Uh-huh.
familiar?
Yeah, but
The
this
right to
is
justice.
this is
Gotcha.
but
Actually, I'm gonna say gotcha because you give that credit to the feminists. I'm
well,
saying it
but this is a biblical principle, though. Yeah, you just
biblical.
don't understand that because perhaps you're
No,
not aware of
biblical.
what
It's
the
a bi-
Bible
but
says.
it's a biblical air quotes, right? And that has been usurped by man, changed, and basically processed, right? To basically, and that's what I'm trying to make you see today.
People are
Even from
abusing.
that,
People abuse the law. So what? So therefore, the
sorry.
system's corrupt.
Well, system has always been
So
corrupt.
what system
right?
do you propose, Mestia?
I propose a system. Okay,
And you
I'll
better
even
not say
give it
no
to you.
system at all.
No. I'm saying a system whereby you don't ever get any welfare, zero, zilch, live by your own means. How about that? Let's try that.
I
Live
mean,
by your own
in
means.
comparison to the other, what we have now,
Zilch,
a nanny state. Yeah, I don't want no nanny state.
zilch.
Yeah, that's fine. If it means get rid of the welfare, even for old people,
Any and all.
yeah, that's fine. Just keep the military, keep the courts. That's fine.
No. Even military. You
Yeah,
want a
but
military?
you must have a military. You must.
Well,
Okay, are you proposing
because the
anarchy?
thing is,
Are you an anarchist?
no.
Okay, so that means we need some type of court system and some type of something to enforce contracts, right?
To a minimal. Because
All
the thing
right,
is,
enforce the
imagine your
contracts.
country, nobody's going to be coming to
Put
your
the
country,
put the
right?
people
Like,
in jail that do
well, who's
evil.
coming to attack you? Like, because you don't have any riches, right? The thing is, like, countries get attacked for their resources, right? And you would need a military to counter that. So,
Yeah, and you
if
also
you-
need something to keep us from attacking each other, which is the police.
okay, sure, but again,
Okay,
that's
minarchism. That's fine, Mestia. I'm fine with that. If it means we get if it means we get rid of the damn shrieking pussy hat feminist, is literally a term. Yes, please. I will take the minarchy. Please, God in heaven.
no. I'm saying no welfare, right? Keep the the money that we would give to the social things like the police to a minimum, even because other countries, right? The police are not even 24 hours. Right, you can keep the hospitals. Okay, yeah, that's something we need, and then, but you gotta pay. You want to go and
Yeah,
get
this is
checked
fine.
by a doctor?
It'll make it cheaper. Everything will go cheaper. Everything would be cheaper in your system. I believe
Yeah,
so.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, minarchy is fine. If
Okay, can we have a memorandum of understanding? Then let's just draft that, and then we could sign, and then we could just put it
Well,
forward. 'Cause I think that's a
I still
solid
think it
idea.
needs to be held by moral people, and I would say it would be better if they're Christian. So this is where you and I would disagree.
Sorry, you said you need
Christian.
moral Christian people.
Yeah,
Oh.
I know maybe that sounds like an oxymoron to you, but it is how we observe a lot of our sentimentalities about law and culture here. User, welcome. Have you currently drinking a lot of water, user?
Probably not.
You should. Nomadic. Sorry, Nomadic. You've been here for a while.
I was just, you guys were chatting, so I didn't want to interrupt
You
you.
don't. I don't think you're a feminist. You're not a feminist.
I am not a feminist.
Yeah, I can tell by your accent and the way you talk.
Thank you. I guess
You took that as a compliment. That's even cooler.
I am not a feminist. I believe in divine femininity.
All right, cool. So
a little different for me.
this whole conversation me and Messi are going back and forth derived from my belief that women shouldn't get governmentally enforced maternity leave. I don't think any women should be getting maternity leave unless they can negotiate for it. Them and the employer. What do you think about that?
Well, I stayed home and raised my children because my husband allowed me to and worked very hard to enable me to do that.
Yeah, that sounds like
So
you've hedged your bets very well as far as your life's outcomes in the future.
So I lost my husband in 2020.
I'm sorry to hear that.
It's okay. Our children are grown. I appreciate that, but I try to think about the 20 years I had him, which were 20 amazing years. And because I seen that you said anti-feminist dating advice. I'm actually in my second serious relationship of my life.
Yes, ma'am.
And I do believe like we don't need to confuse feminist with divine femininity, because like when a proper lady supports her man, like do you know that man is like 50% more successful when he has like a support network at home?
I believe this.
So like even like so my boyfriend and I've only been dating for 6 months. He's a new business owner. He's owned a business for a year, and I've owned a business for 10 years. And just, like by kindly and gently showing him some things, like some accounting things, just some different things, his business has already grown by 25%. Not by me telling this man what to do, but by me supporting this man. So there's a difference. Like men, you don't handle a man like that. Like you support a man, you don't tell a man. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, because I think your influence can also outstretch through your ability to work in the confines of your role. You can still influence, you can still persuade, you can still woo him to a certain side.
It's just being supportive. It's like you're not, it's not even trying to pull him in one direction or another. I don't know a thing about landscaping. I know a lot about advertisement and bookkeeping because I own my own company. So you don't have to, like, I never go at him, like, telling him what to do. But I could tell when I met him, he was a very excited and nervous business owner all at the same time. Because he had been in business for a year, and just like to see him relax and see him like become even more successful, it's been a pleasure. I mean, my husband, when I was married, we were very young parents, and he worked 12 and 14-hour days so I could stay home and raise our children. So it's like when you have that, when you have a good man at home, like appreciate and love that man, because he will give you the world.
Yeah,
it took me a long time. It took me 5 years before I decided to start dating again. Like that was not a quick decision for me. So yeah, it took some time, and my children are grown, so it's not like, I mean, my children obviously they know this person, but it, just I don't know. I think women, we forget how beautiful it is to be a woman, and like the beauty that entails. And it's not about, like you said, wearing the pink hats and like showing your rear ends and acting a fool. I mean, a good man, he will build you a castle if you will give him time to do it. Time and support. That's all he's asking for.
You know what? I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna let that air out until my next live. That is a very good way to close.
Well, I didn't mean to close you down. I'm
No,
sorry.
I mean it's already won. So I think, and I know Melissa, was it Miss Melissa?
Yes, that's me.
I know you probably chimed in because you had some something you wanted to mention, but I do need to close down.
That's cool.
Melissa, you're welcome back up. Miss Nomadic, thank you for adding that. You're also welcome, and your input. If you guys ever have anything you wanted to bump in on next time, Melissa, you just need to use them elbows next time you come in. I saw you in here last time.
Well.
Oh, you're coming back on
it, girl.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead,
back
Melissa.
on Wednesday? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'll be back Wednesday. So what I'll do, guys, I'm gonna drop you guys off so I can close.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, no problem. You guys are all welcome back up. Melissa, I want to hear from you next time, so that even your takes that are a bit harder to digest, I will look forward to that. All right, ma'am. So, I'll drop you guys off here. So let me just close here because it's getting pretty late. I have work in the morning. Let's see. And what are you getting out of the deal, ma'am? D? Well, probably domestic safety, domestic harmony. Is that what D stands for? So for everybody on the chat here, I appreciate you guys coming along. If you guys want to be notified next time I go live, hit me with a follow. Introducing your gift gallery. It's great. Okay, so I got notified of TikTok for some weird reason. If you guys want to be notified next time, hit me with a follow. So really what's helping sponsor me in a way is you guys, because I get restricted basically. I didn't get restricted today, but I get restricted very often. I got suspended twice already in the last month. So your support really goes a long way. I'm going to be posting more clips. I got coming in the pipeline. Just hang tight for this one. There was a dude who called me a very interesting word. Starts with a P. The second word is a D. Next word is a F. A very interesting turn of events. One of these dashiki wearing ass black dudes. He made me really see just how a lot of male feminists are really dishonorable and effeminate. But it was actually a funny situation that I turned around on a clip. I'll be posting that soon. Let's see. So yeah, guys, appreciate you coming up. I'll see you guys Wednesday. Thanks for showing us. Thanks for stopping by, and thanks for the likes as well. On the YouTube side, the creed or my motto, my announcement still remains the same for y'all. If you're here, I will allow your conversation, your contribution to the panel via this YouTube side of the chat. I'll allow it to derail the panel. So, until next time, miércoles, yo estoy mirando tú a las miércoles. I don't know if I'm saying it correctly. All right, y'all. I think it's mirándola. Maybe it's not.